Hello, family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers. I'm gonna bring my webcam up a little bit because I had to apparently angle it down for the gaming stream. Um, Hello, family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers. Welcome back to the Practical Heroes Network with our brand new flagship campaign, The Sands of Syldaris, set in the mostly homebrew world of Eroth, where last time, if I bring up my notes very quickly, it was a mess trying to get everything ready today. I apologize. But last time, you all found yourselves in the town of Bellcrest. I say town, it's a small village. But I kind of use those interchangeably because I'm a terrible person. But you found yourselves in the village of Bellcrest. Two of you having been directed there as hopeful entries to the Midnight Blade, a faction of rangers and hunters and protectors of the sleeping gardens of Azith. And two of you were following rumours of hauntings and possible haunted locations after freeing someone from a rumoured haunted location that was in fact very much not haunted. You both coalesced in this small village together at the scene of a little bit of unrest with a group creating a rather hasty pyre in order to begin burning sacrifices as part of this yearly ritual, which is enacted in the village, which has been brought forwards to be monthly in these unprecedented times where no matter what they try, the hauntings just don't seem to be stopping. People are complaining of nightmares, people are complaining of insomnia, and people are complaining of tiny little chwingers standing on their shoulders and flicking them in the eardrum while they try and talk. But it was a very effective form of torture. But it's cool. There was no torture happening. He had a knife. You know, it was given to him, but he still had a knife. But you subdued these four individuals who attempted to fight you in order to stop you from preventing them sacrificing townspeople, believing the hauntings and the spirits to be the evil work of Tumdar, the god of greed. You took the one who seemed to be the leader of this small group to a shed and interrogated him for information, where the name of the sun god seemed to be raised once more. You know that the monthly ritual will be happening in a few days. You know that they offer burnings of fake money, they offer food and other such opulent sacrifices, believing the hauntings in general to be sent by the god of greed, trying to ward him off. You looted from this insurgent a small crystal bead which could be crushed in the palm of one's hand to incinerate them completely, as a form of cyanide pill for followers of the sun god, as you found this piece of parchment in his pocket, telling him to sow dissent among the town. But also, he just happened to be a member of the village, and was actually coming back to kind of help out with the hauntings. But with all of that done, you took this information to a commander stationed in Bellcrest, a Triton man, and you spoke with him, where he told you about the residents of Mosspoint Manor suffering just a little more, apparently, than everyone else seems to be. And you agreed that if you were able to solve the source of the haunting and maybe get rid of it, that the Knights of Dura, the de facto name for the military faction of the Kingdom of Dura, would reward you for doing so. And where we left off, you went to the Crusty Bucket to sleep for the night and work on your list of demands to be presented to the Knights of Dura, ready for when you headed to Mosspoint Manor. So, what would you guys like to do?
We got a long rest?
You did indeed.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Alright.
As morning rolls around.
Morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
How did you sleep?
Wait, I'm not with you guys. Sorry.
Warden, how did you sleep last night? Oh, so the usual.
Yes.
Good. Good. Well, shall we go meet up with our new companions? Don't answer. Yes, let's do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So are you guys heading to the room that you know Linga and Mira are in, or are you just heading downstairs?
Yeah, Chester would give the shave and a haircut knock.
Good morning, whoever is
Morning.
knocking at. It's my good friend Chester.
Hello.
Hi.
Pleasure as always.
Good morning.
Well, yet to be seen, but potentially.
Have you? Oh, you don't. You're
The
awake.
morning part I
though.
agree with. The good is a TBD.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. Yeah. All right. Hi. Morning. Not good yet. TBD. What? Right. Hi. She finally opens the door.
Linger is like in a chair by the wall, like she's got her book in her lap and had been studying, of course, because that's what she'd do. But for this exchange, she
Nerd.
definitely like set her hands on the book and has been sitting just watching and enjoying it.
Hi. Yes. So, how are you?
Good. Did you all have a good sleep last night? My friend here, Wharton, did. Take my word for it.
You're good, but you don't know if the morning is.
I'm neutral.
Neutral morning to you.
Neutral morning. Yeah, that's the safest one.
New alignment, neutral morning.
Truly. All right,
Chaotic morning.
Jump, you like fallen from the ceiling.
I think Steph's having a chaotic morning.
Fucking hell am I having a chaotic morning. God. Anyway. Right, neutral morning. Yes, I slept great. And then she like whips back and looks at Linger and is like, did you sleep well?
We'll go with yes. Yes seems appropriate.
Linger slept well too. Take my word for it. Big wink.
Hey, did you say big wink?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
I did.
I was hoping. Yes, big wink to you as well. Should we get something to eat before we head out, or?
Oh yes, I love eating.
Ditto.
Linger
Said like someone who is being evasive about how they like eating.
I mean, fucking
Yes,
really.
I too love eating fellow humans. Yes.
Hello, hi, fellow kids. I love eating. What do we eat now? The TikToks?
I just need.
Tweeters.
Pods.
I need a mission reward and sneaks into like a bandit like organization or something, and he has to pretend to be human. Hello, yes, I like eating boo. Food is my favorite.
Which food? Food.
All of it is good.
I also require sustenance to survive.
Yeah, I play it in a game with a reborn that is exactly like that. I too do the normal things,
Yes.
and
That was like when I first started. Side note: the first time I played D&D, I was playing a changeling, and I was like, "Yep, she looks like a normal human woman." And everyone was like, "Why did you say that?" And I was like,
I'm just making sure you know.
"Yeah, she's just normal. She's so normal." Everyone's like, "I don't think that one's normal." I'm like, "She's not." So glad I gave it away immediately.
completely average.
Just unassuming.
Well, at this point, to move things along, Linger will stand up and just sort of straighten her little vest top thing, scoop up Rip, who has, of course, been jumping on the bed the entire time throughout the night.
There's just like a tiny little imprint from all his
Yeah, just-
effort.
That's like one of those like places that you take like for him. That whole bed's like that place that you take kids where they could just jump on 800
Yeah.
trampolines.
Yeah,
He's like
Everything's a
doing parkour.
trampoline, yeah.
he's been enjoying his evening, for
The
sure.
tiniest little crater from it.
Yeah. But it's like, it's, out of the, he's at least nice enough to like, he wasn't on the part of the bed that Mira was on. It's like near the foot of the bed off to the side.
My God, she wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah. Well, I figure at this point, Linger has figured out that Mira is a pretty heavy sleeper, so she doesn't do the whole fake, like, yes, I sleep also, and just, I'm going to bed after I finish reading this chapter, and then just stays there the rest
Oh, yeah,
of
and
the
then
night.
Mira's like,
Yeah. We just move on from it. And soon you'll have two creepy people staring at you all night, I suppose. I don't know how Warden does his thing.
He just stands and stares.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
We need a Thicrin just to
down.
get right up in their faces all night. What
Oh,
is
really?
You wake up and the first thing you see is just the mask.
Oh, good morning.
Yes. So, Rip,
It
grab,
is wake
put
up
on,
gun now.
right on the horns. We should probably see about getting started. And Mira, the morning can be as good as you would like it to be.
Oh, I
Depending on
think.
other people. So you're
Oh, that's a good point. I do think it is a pretty neutral morning, though. We will go with neutrality at this point. What does neutral usually mean?
Right down the middle.
It is a right down the middle morning.
With a TBD asterisk, just in case it improves or gets, much, much worse.
She like leans in really close to Linger and is like, I do not know what TBD means.
to be determined. We'll find out later.
Gotcha. TBD.
So you head downstairs.
We do.
Eventually,
That
yes.
is the next step.
There's me like,
Allegedly.
oh man, they might blast through this super quick, but it's fine. 4-hour session of heading downstairs. We'll make it to the outside of the inn by the end of this
I wanna
session.
check
Don't
the
you
stairs
worry,
for traps
intrepid
on
viewers.
the way down.
Yeah,
Everybody's-
no, go for it. It's I'll let you know right now. It's a DC 30.
Okay.
But I think
got
you've
it.
got this.
Yeah.
But yeah, you head downstairs. It's a pretty simple wooden tavern. It seems kind of recently rebuilt from the look of flooring that's not suspiciously stained with all sorts of spills and food drops, and you know, I was about to say it's like being in a Spoons, but none of you guys would get that.
What? Explain later, but I want to know.
It's a Weatherspoons for all of us English viewers. They know what I mean. But yes, you head down, and it's just kind of manned by a single male elf, just kind of making his way around the tables and back behind the bar and calling occasionally through a small window behind the bar for the food orders, and they kind of get slid onto this window ledge where he grabs them, takes them out, and puts them on tables, and just kind of smiles and waves as you all head down.
Is he cute?
Let's roll
Just
for
for
cuteness.
my knowledge.
Not even for character knowledge, just
He cute.
Okay.
He kind of cute.
I mean, nobody does it, or I don't do anything, but
Yeah, I mean,
didn't
he's, you know, pretty standard elf height.
is he blonde? What's happening?
I mean, if he's an elf, he has to be hot. It's the laws of nature.
Oh,
Also
that's
that.
so true.
He's kind of like a standard elfy 4'10".
What?
Because, you know, everyone's convinced that elves are 6 foot something, but if you read, they are not.
They're short. Thank you.
They
People are like, wow, why is your drow so short? And I'm like, drow are short. Read the fucking
I do love a
books.
tall elf. Don't get me wrong, I do love a tall elf as well. But yes,
Oh,
technically
I
they're
mean,
supposed to be
they're
short.
outliers.
Freaks in nature.
I love a tall elf. I love a tall elf. I love a short elf. I love a medium elf.
We love
I
all
an
elves.
I love elves.
Like, your 5 foot tall drow is like a tall drow. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
no, she's
Yeah.
like 4'10", and people are like,
Yeah.
"Wow, she's so short." And I was like, "Bro, she's fucking tall. Like,
Yeah.
she should be like
Leggy.
4." She has leggy brow. She should be like 4'5" max. She should be pocket drow.
But yeah, you know, it's kind of like shoulder length blonde hair, kind of like a dirty blonde, little bit of a surfer bro blonde going on.
Oh, he's really cute then. Oh, I love him.
Kind of
would you all
green
allow
eyes,
me
simple tunic.
the honor of paying for breakfast this morning? It would be my delight to purchase breakfast for all of us.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Yeah, I'll let you.
Please.
I would like the breakfast.
Breakfast for you and you, Linga, I do believe it was.
tea would be,
Tea for you
please.
and 2 for tea. I will have one as well.
Me
And
too.
you. Okay, well, now
Eggs.
the rhyme doesn't work. Okay, I will not have tea. Tea for you two. No tea for me, I guess. Warden, the usual?
Eggs.
Eggs?
Eggs.
Okay. Eggs. Yeah,
Yes.
he eats a dozen eggs every morning.
Oh, that's pretty impressive, honestly.
Hmm.
Do you just eat them by themselves, like raw or like hard boiled, scrambled with cheese, over easy, sunny side up? What's the deal?
Grand Chester said it was an honor to buy breakfast. I will not deny him the honor.
Yeah, okay, cool. So you just, all right, yeah. So what are you gonna do with the eggs?
I do have this owlbear egg. I kind of forgot about that. Now that I think about it. I've been sleeping with it between my hairy thighs.
Sorry, that fucking sent me.
So, you know what? Mira, TBD on this egg as well. Who knows?
Yeah, TBD on the eggs and what Warden does with them. TBD on the owlbear egg that you put between your hairy thighs and sleep with it there.
He's gonna nod and then go get the breakfast for everyone.
Yep. There are a few options on the breakfast menu. That's kind of just sat on the bar.
But,
You good?
no, emotionally, no. Mentally,
Sorry.
absolutely.
But yeah, there's a couple of options for you guys. There's kind of like breads and cheeses. There's boiled eggs and cheeses. There is a nice kind of Bellcrest special house porridge. And then, of course, the usual breakfast mead, breakfast perry, tea, coffee.
It's gonna get a excuse me, if
Breakfast
I could,
ale.
Just, have an assortment here. 2 teas. I'll have a coffee if you have it.
Yep, we can certainly rustle that up for you, don't I?
Oh,
Anything
enjoy
else?
it. Well, that will be all today, I do believe, unless we come back for lunch after defeating many ghosts and goblins.
He kind of like flashes you a bit of a cheeky grin. I mean, you've seen some of the townsfolk are walking around looking pretty tired. People are complaining of kind of insomnia, not being able to sleep. This guy, no sign of any form of insomnia. Just fresh. Looks amazing. Could walk down the street to a modeling shoot and be like, I'm ready.
Elves, man.
God, I love elves.
But yeah, he kind of, you see him doing the quick total up in his head, and he well, for the lot will be about 25 copper.
Here you are, sir. 25 copper. 26. One for your troubles.
Thank you kindly. Kind of slides it over the bar and into a little pouch underneath, and turns and calls back through the window the breakfast order. We'll bring it over to your table.
Much obliged. Oh, by the way, I should say, Chesterfield's pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you. Grickle.
Grickle. That is a fascinating name. To
What
go
a
with.
name.
To go with a fascinating individual, I am sure. Thank you and good day.
Absolutely. Good day to you too. And he flashes you the pearly whites, the ding! Swear you saw a brief sparkle for a second.
What's the name of this inn?
I think
He is
A
called
hot elf then?
Grickle, so Grickel.
Okay.
I
and
did
we're at-
L-E.
Are we? Yeah, I did too. Are we at the Krusty Bucket still, or
You
is
are
that in a
indeed
different
at
place?
the Crusty Bucket.
Can you spell that again?
Crusty Bucket or Grickle?
Grusty.
Grickle is Grickel.
Uh-huh. Crusty bucket. Okay.
I think like game recognizing game, he's gonna try to do his own little smile and wink, get that sparkle going. I'm a bard after all.
Make a performance check. Let's see how sparkly
okay,
you are
fine.
this morning.
That's one. Perfect. Not one to start us off.
Oh God, did you really?
actually?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
It's in the
Oh, there we go. It
gonna
wasn't
show up on the
updating
chat?
properly on.
you'll see it in a second.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
there
I
it
was
is.
watching on the stream view and it just wasn't updating properly. But there it is with the Nat 1. I mean, you do flash the gorgeous smile. You are, of course, very charismatic and very attractive to those who like bugbears. But as you say, it's just a
Why you
bit
gotta
too
qualify
much.
it?
Just a bit too much of a neutral morning this morning for that sparkle to really come out, you know? The light doesn't really catch that gold tooth right.
Yeah. Damn. Get them next time.
New surroundings, you're getting used to them. The light works differently here, that's the excuse. But yeah.
Well,
you,
obviously, Grickle has the hometown advantage.
Absolutely.
Advantage. Like, he knows exactly where the lighting is coming from.
100%.
I mean, you see every time he goes back behind the bar and strikes his bartending pose, like, he's lit perfectly, no matter what angle he's stood at. And kind of, as you look around, you notice all the windows are kind of angled slightly towards the bar, so like all the light is being filtered towards that bar.
He's in the notes. He's coming back up.
He wasn't supposed to be this hot and obnoxious, but I'm here for it. He's just catwalking, voguing down with everyone's food.
We love him.
The world is his catwalk, but this inn specifically. But yeah, you return to the table to join the others, and shortly thereafter, the drinks come first, and then the food follows. And he winks at everyone as he's putting down their plates. In turn.
Mira just says big wink. She's like, big wink.
He looks very confused for a second and
Good.
just smiles and walks away.
Wink.
Did you just say wink?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is sort of your only recourse, I think, as well. You can't act.
Yep.
I am winking.
Good morning, fellow humans.
There's just so much implication there, and I love it.
So, what would you guys like to do?
Eat,
Eat.
and then
Okay, look here, you
Digest.
pricks. The pair of you.
Do we have any more plans or arrangements that need to be made before we go to this Mosspoint Manor? I don't know what to expect here. This town has already presented more than I would have certainly expected of a small hamlet.
that is true. That is true. Either of you familiar with excuse me, I have some eggs in my throat. Ghosts? Because it sounds like the possibility of a haunting is large.
Mitch,
Yes.
Yeah.
should I roll
You can,
Arcana or History? I don't. She's gonna know something, but I just don't want to.
I'd say
Go too far.
anyone can roll Arcana to see if they know anything about ghosts. If you want to see if you've ever encountered any, anyone can roll a history check. Go for it.
All right.
Just her specific
but
field
also,
of
yes,
study.
absolutely.
So it's like,
What do I need to roll? Arcana, you said?
Yeah, I was kind of going generally for everyone, but yes, especially for Linga.
okay.
Arcana or
14.
history. Faux
I got
show.
17.
What? 17.
You're just going slow.
I'm low with a 5.
Come on.
No matter what I do,
Saving my high rolls for
I
battle.
don't know why mine's not appearing.
the capturing for the rolls just does not seem to work properly. It just freezes, which is really annoying. So, Linga
It's looking nice,
15, Chester got a 5, Warden 17. What did Mira get?
14.
14. I will leave Linger for last, just because, as we say, it's something you probably have. It's just how much when it comes to Linger.
And how much she remembers, right?
Yeah. With Warden and Mura. Mura, you've heard ghost stories.
Ooh.
And you maybe have seen something that could have been a ghost.
Amazing.
You have been told for sure they're real, and I mean, you did see, like, one time, just this, like, could have been a ghost, could have just been someone running around in a white sheet, you're not entirely sure. You know, some eye holes cut out. The classic Halloween costume. It's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly what is a ghost and what is people screwing with you.
I don't think people would screw with me. That seems so mean.
Warden? Are you rolling, presumably with the Arcana check, it's kind of more of like a, how much does Warden know about ghosts? Probably not a crazy amount, but enough to know that it is always entirely possible that a ghost does in fact exist. It's always possible. You've heard of spirits that kind of stick around instead of dying or passing on, but not necessarily always referred to as ghosts. You've heard of kind of spectres and things like that, which are obviously a type of ghost, but, you know. Warden's a suckler for the details. Stickler, even. That's the word. Suckler's very different.
No, he's a suckler.
He's a suckler for it.
He's a suckler for that ectoplasm. Linga.
God, I want some ecto coolers.
Oh my god. I'd kill for one of those.
Linga, you've definitely come across ghosts and talking of ghosts. It's, especially in your field of study, it's the sort of thing of like, I mean, ghosts don't exist. Types of ghost, however, most certainly do. It's like what people are always like, oh yeah, the ghost is haunting us. Like, that's not a thing. But someone dying and returning as a shadow or a spectre, totally possible. But everything you've seen so far doesn't point to any ghosts you remember studying or hearing of. I mean, hauntings in general, very much in wizarding schools, hauntings are very much like a, okay, yeah, of course you're haunted. Okay, guys. But ghosts can be a bit of a menace. You've probably had one or two attempts at spells that had resulted in angry spirits being unleashed instead of the intended effect. But everything you've seen thus far, granted, you haven't seen a huge amount other than some very tired, very complainy people, doesn't point to any ghostly beings that you are aware of. At this moment in time. Maybe you're just not remembering. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's the fun of Linga.
Cobwebs. I know I had some notes. I had many notes on ghosts and specters and spectral beings. So far, from what I can recall, nothing's really matching up for me. They don't so much take a personal interest in a space and haunting particular people. There could be possibly an angry spirit that just happens to also be in the same location. I don't know of any off the top of my head that cause insomnia. So that is curious.
Well, perhaps just to be on the safe side, we should procure for ourselves some garlic. Because if I know anything of ghosts, it's that they hate garlic.
Do they?
Oh, yes. We'll keep them at bay.
All right.
You don't have to feel like that's sexual.
It's sexual?
Factual.
Factual. I legit heard you say sexual.
Yeah.
Same.
I did not hear that. I heard factual. Oh my gosh.
I don't need your mind out of the gutter.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't. I live there.
Like
All right. Well, I believe these home fries have some garlic, so I'll just put some in my pocket. That should do.
Okay.
Mira thinks about it, but then decides not to.
Yeah, I was gonna say if she looks to linger at all for confirmation, it's just a very subtle shake, negative shake of the head. No.
Hi, Pandora. Come here.
And
Mira right now is remembering a very specific type of ghost that she has encountered before, and they're these really special ones where, like, you can kind of grab the head of the ghost, and as you kind of pull it up, there's like a human trapped inside the ghost as this, like, ghostly spirit gets pulled off them.
Say hi, Panda.
She's wearing her little
Hi, Panda.
collar that says candy corn cutie, because that's what she is.
All right, candy corn.
Well, let's go to the park. He did like 3 jars before.
She didn't like that. She was
So-
not happy. Sorry.
You guys finish your breakfast and your musings on ghosts.
I think we're good to go to the manor then. I
I think so too.
don't see the value in interviewing any more citizens. I don't believe we need to shop.
No. I'm not a fan of shopping all the time anyway. Let's go. Let's go.
So,
They go.
I
You,
left the list with the warden, or with the captain, not the warden. Warden, you don't have the list. With the captain of the guard.
you do get a very dubious raised eyebrow as he has a brief glance over the list and a very stern comment that he will see what he can do.
I'd especially like the flying broom, please.
Wouldn't we all, Mira? Wouldn't we all?
It would be funny. It would be real fucking funny. And you
It
know
would.
that. The funniest part would be when I forget about it in my inventory and don't use it for
Yes.
25 sessions.
Yep. That's the
Absolutely.
only reason you give a player a broom of flying.
Yeah, so they can forget it. They're
But
like,
it's
I
just
can.
one that underuses it. You don't give a power gamer a broom.
Yeah, because that's all they'll do. They'll be like, I take out my broom of flying and I fly everywhere. Here I am, a flyer. Like, no,
Whereas-
you give it to me, and
Yes.
Mira just pulls it out of her bag of holding and is like, what? Oh, it's a broom. She starts sweeping.
You give it to Steph, who makes a whole big point of buying armor and then forgets to equip it
Not
for like
equip
5
it.
sessions.
Or the fucking like wand of the war mage also doesn't equip that. Oopsie poopsie.
Good times.
We're very professional here. We
God, I'm so stupid.
You make your way over to where you are directed towards the edge of the village, and kind of just past the outskirts of it to where Mosspoint Manor stands. As I bump you guys all over, hopefully that'll show up
pretty.
right on Roll20. If it's showing blackness, players, scroll up. There is Fog of War on the second half of the map, not on the top half, because there's 2 floors, and I just wanted to put it all on one map to make my life easier. While I...
I don't see the map.
Boom, turn the screen over. Why don't you see the map?
I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. Rejoin as player. Hold on.
I did drag players over.
No, you're fine. It's a me issue. I
Cool.
see the map.
Excellent.
I am paralyzed with fear already, though. Meaning I can't move my token.
But yes, as you guys make your way.
This map is so pretty, Mitch.
Thank you.
Look at those
Um,
colors.
As you head over towards where you were told Mosspoint Manor stands, you do see interspersed throughout the normal trees of where this kind of foresty area is. Some of the colours of the trees do start to change and be interspersed with other much less common flora, as this kind of cobblestone path starts to kind of emerge through the dirt, and it winds kind of quite neatly through a very clearly, very perfectly created pathway, which kind of winds through these surrounding trees, which you can see it's not just the simple kind of standard variety of the rest of the surrounding area, but you are now starting to see kind of interspersed throughout them some more. It's not uncommon on Azith, so those of you who are somewhat familiar with the continent of Azith in and of itself would be quite familiar with the sight of these elf sung trees, these kind of trees that are grown through elf song in specific ways to be thinner or wider and look certain ways, or be taller or slightly more vibrant. Can all of you give me a very quick nature check, please?
Jeez. I've not rolled above like a 5.
I don't know where there is.
4.
Well,
11.
9.
Nice. So again, it's not like they're necessarily the most uncommon things, and it's kind of most of you except probably Chester and Linger. It's probably just the names are escaping you right now more than you don't know them, which is probably more than a little frustrating. It's right on the tip of your tongue. You just can't quite remember them. Chester probably just never gave a shit.
Beautiful wood.
Yeah, tree's a tree. But Mura and Warden, you do kind of start to recognize from descriptions and from kind of seeing what comes from them. Warden probably knows them from kind of the armors and other things that can be made from these trees. But you do start to see these dark wood trees, spiritual wood with their kind of cyan-like bark, and many from kind of other continents that should not normally be able to grow, especially in just some crappy random village like Bellcrest, that are all from kind of other climates somehow existing here, others that are definitely Linger would be picking up on, suspiciously magically altered, for like no tree would ever grow or look like that. Linger might not be the most naturey person, but she knows when magic's being used to influence things.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain element of unnaturalness to it. And as you
Is it
kind of
all the trees or just some of the trees?
it's just kind of interspersed throughout the regular trees, these other, just as you're looking around, just to make this whole area seem so much more magical and ethereal than it is. So it's definitely not every tree, but like you see and you're like, oh yeah, those are those elven trees that they sing into existence, and then next to it and you're like, oh, that must be another one, and as you get a bit closer you're like, no, that's not natural magic, that's just magic. That's not nature
Okay.
magic. That's, I wonder how tall we can make this tree grow.
Okay, awesome. I fully understand the scene now. Thank you.
No worries. And as you kind of approach the manor itself, you can see a small porch above you with a pair of gargoyles on the roof that kind of snarl down these wooden stairs, which lead like a small handful of feet up. It's just, you know, the classic like 4 or 5 steps up onto this kind of long wooden veranda that stretches across the front of the manor with quite a nice like banister that people can lean on effectively, and kind of look out over the hedges and the trees and the surrounding woods. And it's kind of like a 2-story manor, and has just all varieties and sorts of moss and vines hanging from the roof, hanging from the walls, giving just a little bit of credence to that name of Mosspoint Manor. And then you can see as you kind of approach that porch, there is a pair of like large oak double doors that are quite firmly shut before you.
When Chester sees the gargoyles, Goliath, my friend, it's been too. Oh, okay. So I thought you were somebody else. References.
No,
As long
those
as
are
one of you got it.
gargoyles, not Goliaths. Those are the
Yes. Pardon me. Well, is this a knock situation?
Let's knock. Knocking is very polite.
Yes.
Mira knocks. Mira goes and is like, like
It
very.
is a very like thick, solid door that you knock on, but
Ow.
oh man, is that sound of that knock not just it hits you good.
You're
Chef's
the one who knocks.
I
There
am
is-
the one that knocks.
There is a little bit of a brief wait after you knock, before eventually, with a slight, one of the doors creaks open a little bit, enough for a small. Sorry, I can't read my own notes. Excuse me. A small gnome. That was the word I was struggling to read. It was gnome. A small gnome head kind of appears in the gap in the doorway. This kind of like shoulder length. No, not shoulder length. That was the other person. This kind of like,
it's a standard haircut here. It's very
yeah,
popular.
it's this like curly blonde hair that's been cut into like a chin length bob almost. And as she kind of peers out through the door, hello, can I help you?
Real quick question, very serious.
Yes.
It's important. How bouncy is
Oh yeah, this is
blonde
important.
curly chin length hair? Like,
Pretty
Is it-
bouncy.
oh, I love it.
Love it. Love a good bounce.
Very, very nicely bouncy curls.
Mm.
Hi.
Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too. Ramira Lightspell.
Ramira, a pleasure, a delight, a third thing even. Ramira. Light spell?
Yes.
We are sent on behalf of the Knights of Dura. Are you familiar with their organization?
Of course.
We understand you have a bit of a problem with some sort of creepiness going on in the vicinity of this manor.
I see. You're here about the hauntings troubling the students. And some of the faculty.
Yes.
Yes, that is why we have come. We are experts in the field of ridding buildings such as this of things such as that.
Ah, I see. We have been awaiting quite some time for some busters of ghosts, if you will.
I will.
Yeah, we're
Come
the
and-
Ghostbusters.
to come and bust for us. She opens the door more fully now for you all. And you should have control of yourselves if I did things right.
And
I hope so.
never,
No.
never.
No, I have no self-control.
Never.
Yeah, Linger's gonna kind
Nope,
of
no, you don't.
scooch
Excellent.
around everyone.
Oh, I can move.
Oh.
I'm slowly giving everyone
Yeah.
bodily function again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and I can move anywhere. I don't have to move to square.
Yes, because the Roll20 grid resizing is one of the most painful things I've ever had to use in my entire life.
Yep.
You don't do the little auto-y thing?
I do the auto thing.
There's an
I've tried.
auto?
Oh.
Sometimes it gets wacky, but-
I can't find an auto thing. I've had to do the resize,
There's an
you draw out the
auto?
3x3, and then it just shrinks my map every time,
We'll
and doesn't line
troubleshoot
up
after.
properly. Thank you.
Yes, so
Look at Ethan's.
I've wasted so much time resizing maps. There's an auto.
Oh, Lindsay, you aged him like 10 years.
I mean, sometimes it's
Oh,
not perfect.
bye.
You still have to do
There
some
he goes.
tweaking, but yeah. Also, while we're here, this is supposedly a place of learning and study.
Just to
Would-
get out of the inside of the building.
Oh, okay. I thought we went inside.
Night.
All right.
I'm here.
Yes,
I'm here.
this is... Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was going to ask if it might be possible for me to access some of the learning materials here. I have been apart from my studies for a fair bit and need to update my notes.
You watch, she kind of like sizes you up, looks you up and down. It's a very long look up for this little gnome. Not that Linger's the tallest, but she is a gnome.
But Rip definitely is holding on to Horn and leaning like as far forward as he can off like her forehead to like almost like half repelling. I should get him a little harness.
You should get him one of those little backpacks that has
He could belay down from her horns. That's a thing, right?
That would be.
Yes. But yeah, she kind of sizes you up. You see the eyes kind of go wide as she notices Rip up at the top of your head. I must say, what a pleasant little familiar. What's his name?
This is Rip, and she'll reach up and like pluck him off of her.
Grab him by
Horns.
the scruff of the neck.
And he like when she does that, he gets like a little extra like I don't know, drippy almost. Like he like extend like he's a little bit stretchy. Not drippy really, but you know, he just kind of like
Yeah, like a little
He
Stretch
goes so
Armstrong.
yeah.
Boingy, boingy.
Yeah, because he's pure magic and imagination.
Yeah.
His form it's amorphous. It doesn't really.
Rip is a great old one. It's okay. You can reveal it now.
He really is.
He is a non-Euclidean being.
Okay, but what if Rip
That's why
was
he's
a
in
great old...
constant movement. He has to.
Rip's a great old one, and he is Mira's patron. There we go.
I
Yes.
was gonna say let's be great. Into the campaign. But yeah, puts Rip in her palm, and actually no, not in her palm. She unwraps her tail from around her book and makes a little platform for Rip to stand on.
That's
Puts him
cute.
right on the tip of her tail and lowers him.
She kind of holds
I
out a
have
little
tail.
finger for Rip to shake. Pleasure to meet you. Of course. While you are here, helping us out. The materials we hold here are open for you. This is, after all, not the floating citadel. We don't have to pretend we're so amazing that no one else is allowed to touch everything we own. And kind of like gives you that knowing chuckle of like, oh, she can do magic. She definitely knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Belatedly, Linger also chuckles, remembering that
Haha, yes, laughter.
remember. Yes. You used to laugh a lot.
But yeah, as she kind of like comes fully into view now as well, as you guys are all able to see as she's talking with Linger and Rip, and the doors are now wide open to you. You can see she kind of has these short beige robes that are kind of tied off kind of towards about halfway down the forearm and about halfway down the shins, where she's got boots that kind of come up to meet where it's tied off. You can see Linger probably again takes more notice of it than anyone else, and it's not like it's in a way that's concealment or anything. It's openly on display, but there is a harness strapped to her right wrist which holds a wand sheathed in it, quite clearly visible, with a very small-ish kind of unassuming book strapped to the left side of this kind of blue fabric belt she's got tied around her waist. And she just... I am the restoration teacher here at Mosspoint. This is by no means the height of academic excellence, nor do we pretend to be. This is more of a place where those who wish to can come to study, to prepare for what they want to be, rather than being forced into being a court wizard. They can learn simply the basics, should they so choose, or start to build more of an advanced knowledge in preparation for journeying elsewhere to learn elsewhere. We would never presume that the only way to learn magic or any form of knowledge is to stay in one place entirely.
Very wise.
Indeed.
Apologies, where are my manners? So, you're Chester, and that is Rip.
Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
And you, and that is Rip, and you are...
I am Linger.
Linger.
Linger, yes.
And your very colourful friend over here, and kind of looks towards Mura.
Hi, I'm Mira. It's so nice to meet you. I love books.
I do too.
Great. We have that in common. Book love. Book love.
And the strong silent type in the corner. Staring at me intently throughout this whole conversation and making me rather nervous.
I am Warden.
Pleasure to meet you, Warden. Are you all students of the arcane, here to study, or just one of you here to brush up on knowledge?
Yes.
I do believe it is just an interest of mine. However,
Dabble.
Miura enjoys keeping me company while I study. Do you happen to have any of those little colored sticks of wax?
Oh my god, I was literally about to say, do you have a fucking coloring book?
We do, yes. We do often take on some much younger students, so and she kind of like leans in towards Linger a little bit. We do have access to the spell by numbers and picture books as well.
I think some blank parchment and some picture books would be perfect.
Gives her like a very comforting smile. The kind of like, is that
get
your,
her started
your kid?
somewhere.
She's very tall for a child.
Is this a child? No, it's just an idiot.
I can't wait for the Mura Wizard multi-class coming.
Please, follow me. And she kind of turns, and as she walks towards the back end of this kind of sectioned off porch area, just a pair of much thinner doors just open as she approaches, as if by magic. And
Alright,
as
it's a
she
little spooky already.
as she lifts a foot off the ground and drifts through the wall. Come play with us. As she kind of leads you through. So, tell me, I assume you're here and kind of like turns and in slightly more hushed tones. Is this following what happened to Almos?
Yes. Was that the Dragonborn individual? The
Yes.
studier? Yes, yes.
He was a student of Mosspoint.
Hmm.
One of our best.
Can you... What, in your own words, he takes out a notepad and asks for a crayon.
It was early. Too early.
Mira like looks at all of her crayons and is like, she just like grabs the ones that she wants to keep and then is like, okay, here you go. And they're all like the dull colors.
She's like, you can use one of these.
Very, very professional looking, these ones. Thank you.
You're welcome. I thought about that. I thought, what's the most professional wax stick?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
Ramira
the
gives
black
Linger
one.
a very sympathetic look.
How would you describe what happened to this individual? More details, the better.
Well, I didn't have too much exposure to him or the circumstances in general. I more heard the gossipings of other teachers here and obviously what followed, but it seemed that he was one of our hopeful students looking for entry into the floating citadel, just off of Azif, the rather prestigious wizard school. I'm sure they've made certain that all of you have heard of it.
Yeah.
But he had been studying fervently for those entry exams. It's not uncommon for students to do so, to skip meals here and there in order to save the extra time while studying, and we would always make sure to bring them food to eat while studying. Many of our tables, as you will see, much of our study tables are the cloths enchanted with simple prestidigitation spells, so even if there are spills and crumbs and whatnot, they are generally cleaned away so that people can study as much as they so choose. But there were rumors and tellings from other teachers and students that he was refusing to sleep. He'd started scribbling notes and ramblings on the walls of his dorm. He was never seen without a frankly ridiculous cluster of papers that couldn't have just been for just studying for the exams, and apparently it all got a bit too much, and that's when he went to the gallows tree.
Do you know what, if any, school of magic he was focusing his studies on?
Well, during his time here initially, he was rather skilled in evocation. I mean, these walls were reinforced, but He very nearly blew a hole through one of them with a rather well-placed lightning bolt. But towards the beginnings of the study for the entrance exams for the floating citadel, one must study all schools of magic. They do not look for a specialty when joining. That is established in one's second or third year of study at the floating citadel.
Interesting.
Mitch, what did you say she was the teacher of?
Restoration magic. Healings.
Well, what do you all think?
I think if it is possible to see his room and possibly the copious amount of papers and notes he was keeping, that might give us some insight into what he might have been experiencing.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I'm hoping he's got one of those walls with like the strings attaching things.
One never knows.
He had boxes full of Pepe. Of course, I could either take you straight to his dorm, or I could give you a brief tour around the manor as a whole, and then take you to his dorm.
Only reason I would maybe go with the tour is if we get tuned around in our travels and our solving of this mystery. It might be nice to know the lay of the land first.
My thoughts precisely.
But I am also easy come, easy go. So whatever you all decide, hey, I'm not going to fight you over it.
I'm okay with whatever. I did. Yeah. We're solving a mystery.
The tour seems acceptable. Yes.
Very well.
Mira will pull on Warden's robe and just be like, "Do you want a tour too?"
Yes.
He like takes one of the crayons and like marks it on his armor to see if it leaves a mark.
Sure. What color is it?
It's red.
Yeah.
She draws a smiley face.
Perfect. I think
like
it
a
encapsulates you.
That's
Where are you drawing the smiley face?
Just like on his side.
Oh,
Fair
I was
enough.
hoping it'd be right on his face.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he'd let me.
You're just gonna get some white and some yellow for that to
man,
layer
it's
it,
like
make it right.
Mira, help me out here. Just holds her up and she draws like angry
A
like
face on
eyebrow.
him.
Yes.
I would.
Or we get
Do they have
some
magnets here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there you
Can
go.
we get some magnets? Can we get some magnets?
So,
Me and Maggie.
Oh, I just want to say, as we're starting to walk, Chester's looking at his crayon notes and starts thinking, you know what? I think it's probably this sword wielding owlbear. That's probably the most likely. Yeah. Okay. He writes sword wielding owlbear and underlines it like 5 times.
So she kind of leads you into this entry hall from the looks of it. And it kind of has this large moss green carpet that spans most of it. You can see this rather large golden chandelier hanging overhead. And then kind of lining the sides of this carpet, kind of like alternating as they do. You can see there are numerous statues, which are all illuminated by this green glow that is coming from these very obviously magical flames that are literally floating like 2-3 centimeters above the little sconces that they should be set in. And it's not necessarily bright light, it's not dim light, it's the other kind of feeling that lets you know this is definitely magical. It's just seems to be the exact perfect amount of light for you to be comfortable. and be able to see everything that you want to see. And kind of like as you look towards some of the corners that are a bit more shadowy, the shadows almost seem to kind of melt away as the light somehow seems to now be reaching them. And she just... This is the grand entry hall, as we often call it, and much of the rest of the manor is accessible from here, straight down to the other end, and she kind of points to a door all the way down at the other end, is what we often call the Garden of Contemplation. It's a quiet garden and serene pool of reflection, and a place to wind down and tear oneself away from one's studies for a moment. It can get quite overwhelming sometimes.
Oh yeah, I understand that. Studying is hard.
And through here, and I'm just going to move Linger because I didn't have time to make a token for Ramira. Through here is the main dining chamber, and she kind of waves as she approaches the door, and the door gently slides open. And kind of like, you can see the centerpiece of this like marbled room. Just the floor's marbled. Marbled makes it sound like the whole thing is. But it's kind of this like marble floored room with this large ornate table around which are a large number of seats, more than I was physically able to place on this map without it looking ridiculous. So a lot more seats than it currently looks like on the map, that are kind of equally as opulent as this table, set perfect equal distances from each other. There's the exact same number of chairs on all sides, and similarly the room is lit with multiple pillars, each have kind of a cluster of these green flame torches. You see kind of as you head through the entry door, there are 2 suits of armor kind of flanking it, and across the opposite side is another door with another pair of suits of armor which kind of stand guard at the opposing doorways, with a third flanked by a pair of rather large moose heads mounted on the walls. You can see these 2 quite large spiral staircases, which kind of twirl up towards, very obviously, the second floor. And over in the corner, where Chester has currently moved himself, is a large organ, lit by the glow of these kind of nearby torches.
He does his zipper up.
And the whole room just has this very kind of pleasant warmth to it, as you notice this quite large fireplace just filled with that same green fire towards the center, kind of where these windows overlook that wooden veranda outside, and you can see these windows looking out into that magical forest. And she, as she kind of leads you through, the staircases lead up to a corridor above, which allows access to much of the rest of the top floor of the manor. This room is often used for events, demonstrations. The table is a lot more easily movable than it seems. It's also often simply used for transport to the higher levels. Or higher level, I should say. We rarely hold a full feast here, but often students will come and dine here all together. It's quite nice to all be sat around this rather large table and have as many of us able to discuss with each other as we so choose.
Most interesting. These meese head are also very impressive.
Stop it, because I was calling them Mises. That's my favorite joke. That's my joke. You can't take my joke from me.
Are they not Mises?
Well, because there's two of them. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as a person with a brain. Very debatable, honestly.
I think at this point, Linger has learned that she's just going to have to internalize a lot while she's with this group. Just
Oh yeah, the trauma. Being with these morons.
But yeah, she kind of heads around to where the two moose heads are, and opens the door that kind of stands between them. Through here, this corridor leads to another exit out into the Garden of Contemplation, and also to 3 rooms that are mostly used for the scholars and the teachers who stay here, as well as a pair of study rooms. And she starts heading out into that corridor.
Just as everyone's in the corridor, Chester's gonna stay behind for a second and play what sounds suspiciously like the Halloween theme on the organ, or at least try to.
Make a performance check.
I'm not actually proficient with an organ per se. 14.
14. It's pretty good. For someone who's a little rusty on his organ playing, seeing as you're not proficient. But yeah, pretty damn good. The intended effect comes across. You hold the tune well. There's a few wrong notes here and there, but, you know, no one knows.
Scarier.
Yeah, exactly.
Truly.
She kind of gestures to these 3 doors along the left wall. There's not too much to note in these 3 rooms, and she kind of opens one as a demonstration, and it's that kind of closest one to where you've just exited from. And you can see as it opens, there is a large bearskin rug stretched across the floor, and then just kind of a simple pair of beds, a wardrobe, a couple of wardrobes, and a pair of chests. And she just, these are sleeping quarters for our lecturers, and closes the door, and they are used pretty much only for sleeping, so not truly too much to note. We spend much of our time furthering our studies or preparing lectures and lessons for our students. And she kind of leads you up to the first door on the right, opens the door, and this one, she opens it, opens it very cautiously, talking like kind of lower and lower and lower as she's opening the door, but this is one of our small lecture rooms, and as she opens the door you can kind of see scrolls, books, parchments kind of littering this long table, but very much protected by this kind of dark green cloth that's hanging over it. Flanking the table you can see a pair of benches, and sat on the benches are a small cluster of students who are kind of muttering to each other and taking notes, while you can see this kind of tall half-elf pacing backwards and forwards, lecturing about kind of the varied uses and values of abjuration magic, and kind of as the door is opening you can kind of hear, the value of protecting oneself is one that cannot be understated. It is too easy to fall prey to the desire to be able to cast fireballs from one's fingers, but what is most important is being the last one standing in the blast radius. That is true power. And all the students kind of laugh as he chuckles and kind of looks up and nods as he sees Ramira opening the door, and she just, this is our abjuration lecturer, Darfira.
Bless you.
Spell that.
Yes, Darphira, and his last name is his last name is Ravwin, Ravwyn.
I saw Lindsay write that down, so I'll get the notes from her.
I didn't get the last name. It's fine. I just needed the first name, and it's first name half elf abjuration. That's.
I just like picked up my pencil too late. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Now it's in our Discord.
Oh, thank you. Look at you. You're such a nice DM.
Well, we have the sweet world anvil too, which is nice.
Also that.
Oh, we do. Sweet world.
That's what I'm using for all my notes. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Linger will kind of like half lean in towards the room. Obviously not in the room. There's a class going on, but just to kind of just peek in and see the kind of materials laying around, and eyebrow is raised, the judgmental eyebrow. That
Nice.
it's probably just her resting judgmental face at this point.
The lecture is kind of like continuing as you are looking around, and your tour guide does kind of like lean in and just, Darfira is incredibly skilled in abjuration, but probably best not to mention the floating citadel around them.
Yeah.
That is good to know. I can understand having disquieting feelings about the citadel.
Yes, well, she kind of shuts the door, and you may find that some of the scholars and lecturers here share similar distaste.
Good to know.
Yes, well, I'm sure if you are still here when the lecture finishes, perhaps Darfira might be willing to answer some of your questions. But let's move on to the small study room, and kind of leads you up to the room at the top on the right-hand side, and opens the door.
Speaking of still being here, I don't anticipate that this will be a quick fix.
Oh, no, of
seems
course.
Like there's been it might be best to be able to more properly study the environment and what's going on if we were to stay here. Is one of the
Absolutely. We do have an empty dorm, and all dorms have 4 beds in them. Is that acceptable?
Linger will look to everybody else on that one.
Yeah, I love beds.
Mira's like, 4 beds, all for me?
Yeah. We each get a dorm, right?
No bad. You at least have 2. Warden just need 1.
Hey, we could push them all together into one big bed as well. I'm just saying.
One giant bed.
And she leads you up to this room at the top. And it's kind of like a small round table in the center of the room with kind of like a handful of charts, numerous books that seem to have been plucked from these nearby corner shelves that are kind of scattered across the table, various research materials and notes. You can see it is currently occupied. There are 2 students kind of on opposite sides of this table, somewhat deep in discussion. As the door opens, they kind of stop and look up, and remember just, this is Nishir and Dirin, 2 of our students.
Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
Here and What was the other name?
It's coming. There you go. One of them looks human. Looks like a normal human man.
Well, I think it was him.
Changeling.
Yeah, one of them looks to be human. The other, you can see kind of like red skin, almost like a faint hint of fire kind of dancing behind the eyes as he looks at you. And they kind of like respectfully, that kind of head lower bow, not quite a full bow, but like a respectful gesture to new people that they don't know. Especially as well towards Ramira as she kind of sweeps into the room. And we have multiple study rooms such as these around the manor that are always free and available for students to use. Whether occupied or not, one can always enter and ask if they can be shared, or if it is free, simply enter and use.
That's cool. Love
Maybe
that.
suggest a sign-up sheet with times on it of some sort, just to avoid, fights, magical battles, perhaps. Although that's kind of cool
it's
in itself.
very rare that people will fight over these rooms. It's more of a share.
I think they should have to do a fist fight.
Oh, heavens no.
Oh.
Have you ever seen wizards fight with fists? They crumple
no,
like
that's why
paper.
It would be funny.
Can
I'm joking.
can
I don't
Linger
believe in
tell what they're
fighting.
studying?
I mean, if you go over and have a look,
Real?
you can, or you can try and see from a distance.
No,
It's
I don't
up
want
to
to go
you.
through.
You can kind of like
Linger doesn't
see.
feel like to be close to people. So.
Fair. You can kind of like spy in from the doorway if you want. In which case, I will say, give me a perception check. It's not necessarily going to be the hardest of checks, but it's just to see kind of like how much of what they're
Wait,
looking at you
how
see.
about-
DC is 30.
Instead of that, Rip's gonna just like run up her tail and springboard off and try to just like flip into the room to land on the table and she'll just zone out to look around with him.
Sure.
Why not?
Everyone is
Yeah, I think everyone-
transfixed. There's a
If you
Didn't
got
ask
him,
him to
use
do
him.
it. He just did it, so she's like, I'll go with it. Why not?
there's a very light chuckle from Ramira seeing this, and the two students are like that kind of half step back as it happens, like, "Oh, are we about to get beaten up right now by this little thing?" And then he's just like, ta-da, on the table. And they kind of like, you see them breathe with that like slight chuckle to it as well. You see everyone here seems to be very at ease with familiars, perhaps in relation to many other places you might have been that isn't a wizard school that's very used to familiars running around all over the place. And Rip can quite easily see on the table there are various kind of scattered materials about the local flora and fauna of the sleeping gardens in general.
Know all about that.
You can see as well, specifically, most of the materials, most of the pages in the books, there seems to be a rather large, heavy bestiary on the table, which is very prominently open at the entry about owlbears.
Oh my.
More evidence to the owlbear.
Yeah, one person's notes just say, "Can wield swords?" question mark.
I fucking knew it.
I do have stats for an awakened owlbear, if you need it. Yeah.
He's
so
already got it, obviously.
yeah, Rip has his little hands behind his back, and he's kind of walking very stiffly and looking down at the notes, very professor.
Yeah, like he's
Rolling up
pacing
and down.
around watching people
Just,
work. Very Professor Snape.
Yes, that's definitely the vibe he's going for. This is a professional environment. He remembers something
Absolutely.
about another environment.
Peering over the top of the glasses that he's not wearing.
I should make it. I imagine that in the before times, before the fall, she actually did have like a little like costume case.
For Rip.
But that was the before times.
No.
Of course.
Oh my god, can I make him little baby costumes? She doesn't bring it up in character, but I'm gonna make him costume. Mira's gonna do it.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously down for being a character.
Down to clown, as the kids would say.
Yes.
God, I hate teaching you so many like Zoomer.
Why it's funny.
I regret
It's
it
all seems
deeply.
pretty basic level stuff. But she taking inspiration from Chester will unholster her book and let it flip itself to an open page where she'll summon her quill and start kind of also taking notes of what's going on. And
Yeah, we should
in
compare
her
notes.
wizard shorthand is like,
I
they're
will
boring.
say, can everyone give me an insight check, please?
Oh my god, another one? Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, you're not. What is this? What is
Here's
this?
the opposite. There you go. I'm giving them all to Warden. He's having all my rolls.
Ooh. Wow, look at Warden go, baby.
So,
Yeah, somebody has to. That's why he watches
Oh
people.
man,
yeah, Warden and Mura.
that 20.
Baby.
As you can see, like, Nishir is kind of chuckling this human as he's watching Rip, after being initially startled by that flip onto the table. The other one, the Fire Ganassi, Dirin, very much seems to be rather irate. Looks very irritable, like he could kind of snap at any moment.
Fiery
Warden,
temper.
you can very clearly tell he looks incredibly tired.
Like exhausted, like
Yeah,
as
like,
in, like he
hasn't been sleeping.
Okay. And this was the which one again?
The Fire Ganassi. Sorry, Genasi.
Yeah, get it right.
Oh, I was just blaming it on your accent.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's had a. I think someone's come in to his room.
While Warden's contemplating things, does Rip fly?
Can
no.
do if people throw him.
He could.
I was just gonna say, just out of curiosity, your Chewinga friend here, should he ever wish to quote unquote fly, I do have this what I have titled Duke the Mage Hand, who could potentially, zoom him around a little bit. So, just keep that in mind. Keep it in your back pocket should you ever need it. I am at your disposal.
Hearing that, Rip turns away from the students and kind of claps his hands to get your attention, and then does like gimme grabby hands. He's ready to go.
All right, he's gonna, since it's invisible, it's just gonna be like a little teeny tap on his shoulder. Here you are, sir. You know what we could do? Just point in the direction you wish to go, and that is where I will direct it.
He looks to linger and then kind of slumps his shoulders because he remembers there is no costume case anymore. So there is no captain's hat for him. Climbs aboard.
Need to get your cape of some sort. Yeah.
It was lost in the fall. Somewhere in the sleeping gardens, there's a teeny tiny case just packed full.
Oh man.
There's a bunch of really well-dressed mice now.
It's like that. Oh God, I'm not gonna remember the name. Never mind.
But yeah,
That done. Linker's
Yes.
gonna start kind of just waiting for the, move to the side, wait for the tour to continue.
So the human doesn't look tired.
no, and he is actively laughing at Rip delicately floating around the room. The Fire Ganassi is starting to look pretty pissed off and is very tired looking.
Mira, since we know that people are having bouts of insomnia, Mira just kind of like leans in and looks at both of them and is like, why don't you really seem that tired? Says it to the human. I thought that a lot of people were having problems sleeping here.
He kind of like scratches the back of his neck with the wand that you didn't really see he was holding. It was kind of obstructed by the book that was in front of his hand, and he just not too sure, to be honest. It's very much seems to be dependent on the person, I suppose. Not everyone is being haunted by these nightmares or the insomnia. I suppose I'm just the lucky one.
Are you like the only one that's not getting haunted?
No. There are plenty of others in town and around here, and I mean, Ramira as well, who's been touring you around, has been pretty fresh-faced.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Is there any like common like?
She looks over to her mirror. She looks at this human.
This is her investigator look.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm not
Poirot.
sure. Is there any reason why any?
For the audio only listeners, she has a mustache made out of her own hair.
Oh yeah, I do. Sorry, audio only listeners, you're missing something great.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like my brain doesn't
Work.
There must be a reason that you're not getting haunted, but other people are. Like what are the non-haunted people? What might they? Why?
Why?
Investigator face off.
Mira
Again,
face
says
back
that out
on.
loud.
Lindsay, the screenshot that you took of me is hilarious.
I gotta check.
Incredible.
That's pretty good.
It's needed during my Call of Cthulhu streams when I go full detective. Everyone can just spam Detective Mura.
Yeah, well, that will be one of the things we solve, no doubt. Why some
Hey.
people are affected and some are not. TBD, you might say. Why that is the case.
I suppose so. I mean, I don't really know why I seem to be absolutely fine, but Darren here has been having nightmares most nights.
Dear, if you do not mind.
Darren
if I
kind of
ask you-
shoots him a shut up look.
If I ask you a question or three, what's when you are having these difficult slumbers? What do you experience? Is there nightmares? If so, what happens in them?
He like sighs heavily and just, well, it's not at the start. It was just I couldn't sleep, but it got worse and worse, and recently it's been somewhat the same constant nightmare every night.
Interesting. And what happens in this night terror?
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, good at those.
Pandora.
I see Mura
rolled
standing
good.
over me with a knife.
See, I was
Oh
saving
God.
for
Like
this.
Like with hair like this.
25.
you see he kind of like closes his eyes to think, and he just, I see this figure standing before me. It's I see a figure in black which points at me, eyes glowing red like coals. I turn around and try to run, but I am unable to do so. It catches up to me, it wraps its arms around me, and recently, it's like more and more was happening each night, and recently it catches me, it wraps its arms around me and whispers incoherent, maddening whispers in my ear, and then I wake up.
Oh my. Do you ever hear the screech of an owlbear in these dreams?
No.
Okay, well, maybe it doesn't screech, I guess. Okay.
The curse of the silent owlbear.
And lingers notes because she's still in the
Silent
back.
and
She's
deadly.
like shorthand. She scratches out sweet nothings and puts dissonant whispers. She anticipated the wrong result there.
One's a
You're like-
nightmare, one very much is not.
Yeah. Well, it wraps the figure.
It whispers in my ear, I wake up
Did it
covered in
whisper?
ectoplasm. I don't know what's happening, man.
Ah.
Mira like goes and like does like shuffles in front of a warden, is like, let me look at your eyes, because he's got like red
Yeah.
glowing eyes.
He is a dark figure with right, but he does he? Wait, no, you let him.
Have I
You
seen
hug
his
him?
eyes? I did. Have I
It
seen?
might have just been in the picture that we had in the chat.
Yeah. Have we seen his eyes?
No.
Okay.
He has eyes. They're not his, but he has them.
She shovels in front of him, gets really close, and then like stands back a little bit and is like,
He looks down at you.
Are you haunting people's dreams?
Don't believe so.
Okay. Good enough for me. Well, we can rule Warden out. He is a dark figure, no eyes that to be seen. But he does have a cloak. He was already very low on my list of people who might be doing this because he is very nice. Oh, see,
and she like points to the smiley face that she drew on his side.
Clear evidence of niceness.
clear evidence of niceness.
We shall let you get on with your studies, says Ramira, kind of like, kind of somewhat pushing you guys out of the
Yeah.
door and like, oh please, why did I let them in here? Why didn't I just let Linger in? If you follow me, as she closes the study room door behind you. There we go. And she kind of leads you back across that main entry hall and into another corridor. Boop, if I just move Linger again. To take you straight up into this room. You can see these kind of two large drafting tables that permeate the center of this room, above which you can see kind of like a small wooden chandelier that's very deliberately placed over there, almost like, in a sense, the tables were put there first, and this chandelier was placed over the top of them to make sure they have enough light. You can see on one of the drafting tables a large map of the continent of Azith, which kind of spans that whole table. It seems to be still wet and in the process of being drafted by a rather wiry-looking minotaur who is currently with his back to you in the process of cleaning a pair of paintbrushes. As Ramira leads you in. This is one of our drafting rooms. It's good for, as you can see, practice of cartography, or students often come in here to practice their spell scroll drafting, their glyph drawing, and other such. The combination of the natural light coming in from the windows, and she kind of gestures around, you can see like most of the walls have windows in them, in combination with the overhead light, presents quite desirable drafting, tracing, copying conditions.
Well, Chester obviously, well, I guess not obviously, but goes up to the cartography stuff. Oh, well, we haven't traveled together very long, my new friends and companions, but if I could just dip into my, let's just call it backstory for a moment, and let you know my parents ran a cartography shop in the town of Edgecrop, and I have it in my blood. So this is very fascinating to me. And he sort of goes up and looks over the guy's shoulder and actually is proficient in cartographer's tools.
I was about to say it's very hard, but then I remembered you are a very tall person.
Yeah.
So definitely peering over the shoulder of this minotaur, who's about 6 foot on the dot, who kind of like starts back.
Short minotaur.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Oh,
buddy.
Kind of starts a little bit as a face appears on his shoulder.
Apologies, sir. Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
You startled me. Jarus Honormind. Faltesian scholar. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure and a delight. I see you are interested in the world of cartography, such as it is. The literal world in some cases, and he points at the map.
Precisely. I've been journeying around and drafting my travels to see if there are areas of the world map that have yet to be cartographized.
Oh yes, a man after my own heart.
It's taken me.
Drawing part of the. You're drawing part of the map on Warden, just on the side of the smiley faces. Just a little bit.
Might be handy.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny.
It's taken me quite a long time to do this, but I've lost his voice now. It's gone.
Good. No, I'm joking.
It's taken me quite a long time to do this, but I started in my homeland of Faltis, and well, I came here first. And then I heard about Mosspoint, and I came to investigate.
Well, I can see, or I assume I can see he knows his craft. He's going to say it regardless of whether it's going to...
Yeah,
I
mean,
you know your craft well.
The map drafting is very well done. Very clearly been taught by someone who very much knows what they're doing. You'd quite easily be able to pick that up as someone who also knows what they're doing and was taught by someone.
Okay, here's a sneaky question. Do I by chance see around this room any cartographer's tools that might just be sort of lying around, maybe covered in dust, not used?
There are many cartographer's tools currently in use, unfortunately. There don't seem to be many sequestered ones. All of the cartography tools are currently laid out on this kind of like adjacent table alongside where he is drafting his map of Azith.
All right. A in and out of character sigh for not being able to steal some.
So how can I help you? I don't recognize you. You're not students or teachers here, are you?
detectives.
We are detecting things. You are
I
familiar
see.
with the troubles going on at this particular juncture, are you not?
I am indeed. I saw the ghost myself.
Oh, sorry, the
You
eggs
saw
in
the
my throat.
ghost. So what did it look like? White.
Him points at
two-
Warden. No,
Ah!
Me.
I knew it.
Warden was the big bad guy all along. Roll initiative.
No.
And thus ends the campaign.
Yeah. Well, I came here to study because, frankly, I'd rather do it here away from the pretentious watch of the floating citadel. But when I was out for a late night stroll, I was strolling through the town, and as I went, the wind began to pick up, and I saw before me a woman in a long flowing dress, her hair long and wet, dripping with ichor. And she pointed at me, and her mouth opened, and more of that ichor began to flow from her mouth, and then she melted into the shadows.
Oh,
And she was
me,
gone.
Oh my.
Ghost.
Well, that sounds particularly horrifying.
It was. Her hair looked a bit like that, and kind of points at Mira's wet hair.
No. I don't have ichor on my hair.
No,
The
but
detective just
the
become lead
wetness.
Suspect.
What'd you say, Ethan?
The detective just become the lead suspect.
Yes.
Mira's, am I doing this?
Was it me? I was asleep. It could have been anybody, including
Man, I
me.
was so good at it. I didn't even know I was.
The real plot twist, the real M. Night Shyamalan twist here is that the M in M. Night Shyamalan actually stands for Mitch.
Oh,
I thought it was Mira.
Mira.
That would have been better. Damn it.
Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
Shamalama ding dong.
Yeah.
Well,
And he just kind of goes back to washing
Weird.
the paintbrushes.
I think you're just gonna just look up from her note taking, her red ink just scrawled across all of the pages, and as she lifts her quill, the page turns to a nice fresh one. Just to touch base on this a little bit, the figure that you saw, did it interact with the environment at all? Did it touch anything? Come towards you? Was it just a vision?
It, well, she was stood there, and the trees themselves seemed to bend towards her, like she was bending reality to her very whim.
All of the trees, or just the bespoke mock trees?
Oh, no,
Or was it
this
big
was
magical tree?
in town,
Oh,
in the village.
Was it near Will by chance?
No.
Was there an owlbear?
Pauses, thinks. No.
Invisible owlbear. Okay, I'll write that down.
Mira just like taps her chin and is like, what if she just like what if there were people behind the trees pushing them towards her?
I did report this straight to the Knights of Jura here in town as well.
The knights.
Yeah.
What was their reaction?
Dubious, but willing to listen. I've completely lost his voice. It's, from what I hear, not the most uncommon for people in town to have been seeing ghosts or being haunted. I had heard it was it sort of came up towards the end of the year when they did their rituals, but apparently it's been happening more often recently, and I just had the pleasure of happening to see one myself.
How are you sleeping?
On my side, mostly.
Same. Sometimes I sleep on my stomach though, and then I forget, and I like turn my head to the side to make sure I'm breathing. Cause you can't sleep with your face in the pillow because you'll suffocate. If
Well,
I'm using that word correctly.
The horns kind of push my head up a bit.
Oh. She like feels her horns. Why don't mine do that?
Because they're not strong Minotaur horns.
But she gives like the biggest eye roll. Okay. All right, well, I'm glad are you having nightmares? Or are you having spooky dreams?
Yes. No, I have the occasional nightmare. I see the
What are
ghost
they
in my
about?
dreams.
In your
That,
dreams? No, coming to school naked or anything?
Oh, no, I have that a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that you should maybe see someone about those, but I think the ghost thing we can take care of.
Excellent.
My suggestion would be that there's someone that you can sit on their couch and you can talk to them. I don't know what they're called, but sometimes I do that.
I believe that is a couch repairman.
A what?
A couch repairman.
Yeah, sometimes So I think you should see a couch repairman. About your school dreams.
Yeah.
Linga's just crying in the corner. She can feel herself losing brain cells.
I can feel myself losing face.
Playing Mura is a dangerous game, as is playing Chester.
God.
Maybe Linger is wondering, can she wander off further down a hallway, or
Yeah,
are there
if
things
you want
on
to.
the wall? You know.
Oh, it appears Linga's leaving. We should follow her.
Oh yeah, we should. Thank you. It was so nice. I like
So leaving. We need to keep up.
our one brain cell. I liked your map, and then she'll point to Warden's sign and be like, "See, I drew part of it here."
It's very good.
Thanks. Insight check. I want to know if he's lying to me.
Go for it.
Why did D&D Beyond refresh? No. How could you?
Yeah, it did that to me earlier. I was like, no.
The solid 12.
12. It's kind of hard to tell. There's a hint of patronizing to it, but it might be sincere.
Thank you very much. And then she just like grabs Warden's cloak and is like, "Come on."
Cool.
Where's everybody on this map? I've lost. Oh, there. I'm here with everybody.
Yes. Whole time.
So, you are led a little further down the corridor into another perfectly square room, illuminated by a single pillar of those green flame torches. There are numerous tables covered in kind of parchments, workbooks, inkwells, quills, and you can see like a number of students hurriedly taking notes on this lecture that is being recited by what seems to be a Goliath, who is talking of kind of the magics and the crafts of the giants, kind of this usage of minor enchantments in order to enhance natural workmanship, as he's just kind of like, and you see, when you pour these enchantments into a gem socketed into a weapon, it can replicate many of the various effects of flame tongue weaponry, for example, or other such already enchanted items. This is more of a method of portable enchantments, as the giants would call it in a much more academic translation in the common tongue. The idea of creating the enchantment on a gem or a stone and placing that in the item which you wish to be enchanted, and perhaps transplacing or transporting it into something else, if you so choose. And Ramira opens the door gestures through the door was already open, and says, "This is Korodan Kosak, also known as Stoneweaver by the giants. He is an enchantment teacher here in the school, and a particular expert on the craft and magic of the giants themselves."
Mr. Fields, pleased to meet you.
I'm Mira. Detective Mira.
He looks around slowly as you guys interrupt his lecture. And he just... "Nice to meet you too." And all, that thing of where you step into the classroom, all the students are now looking at you.
It's so nice to meet you too. Are you sleeping well?
No.
Everyone who is sleeping well. Can
Nor
just
am I
raise your
currently
hand.
teaching well.
You'll
Well-
get it in time. Don't worry.
Yeah, it sounds like, I think that you should maybe go through like a process where somebody grades you on how good you're teaching, and then they tell you about things that you could fix later. You'll get there.
What's everyone's passive perceptions?
Oh,
Well,
we were just gonna pull Ramira over and just be like, perhaps
Well-
we could meet the teachers when they're not currently in class. I appreciate the tour, but I feel like we're being maybe too disruptive.
I was trying to show the room. I was not expecting they would shout out and interrupt the lecture. I should quite probably have predicted they might have from what I've seen so far.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
really
a
on you.
very bad judgment call on my part.
My passive perception's a 13.
Nice.
Continue.
Everyone
Lindsay,
else?
I'm sorry.
11.
11.
Oh,
It's something low, it doesn't matter.
With a 13, Mura, you just catch as you guys are insulting his teaching, the eye twitch.
Oh, I think you're great. And then she
Goes backs up, makes a sound and everything, but goes between whoever's behind her, which I'm assuming is linger everybody. Basically, Homer Simpson goes into the bushes.
Terribly sorry, Korodan. Please do go back to your lecture, and kind of hurriedly shuts the door.
All the students were like, "Who are these badasses?" When they really should have been like, "Who are these dumbasses?" Yeah, we just told off your least favorite teacher. What now? We didn't know that, but we did.
Moving on quickly, the downstairs study lounge, and she opens up the final door on this level, and you can see kind of two couches which surround a large circular table that's carved from what seems to be a single tree stump. For now, the room seems quite empty, apart from the books that are kind of lining the shelves, the open books and scrolls on the table. As you kind of get close, you can see its kind of spells, both complete and half-finished, quite clearly on display. If we give a little zoom in for the audience.
Enhance.
Enhance.
So there's completed spells on display, you said?
From the looks of it, quite possibly.
Mm-hmm. New page. Wizard shorthand.
Mm-hmm.
Gets to copying.
Yeah. So you can see
Like
there are
not
kind
even
of
like fully taking it in, just like the notes to go back over and fill out
Yeah.
later. Like,
there
just-
are numerous scrolls on the table as well as an open spell book. Are you having a look at all of them? Just the book? Just the scrolls?
She'll sit primly right on the edge of one of the couch cushions, have the book open, and she won't start with the book because
Okay.
you have to. There's rules. There's etiquette. You know, there's wizard etiquette, and she hasn't killed anybody, so that wizard's probably still around.
You dare use my own spells against me, Potter.
Right.
Uh,
So we'll start with the scrolls, and then if nobody is like, hey, my book, then she'll get Rip to casually go over and like start turning pages for her.
yeah, the scrolls are easily enough looked through.
And
There
remember, she
seems to
describes
be
wizards, so she can do the shit fast. That is hour
multiple.
stuff for her.
Oh yeah, multiple scrolls of detect magic. You know, rather useful in a school teaching magic. You can also see a scroll which doesn't necessarily seem to be finished, but definitely seems to contain kind of like the necessary formulae for crafting that spell in and of itself, kind of similar to what Linger's doing, the notes for the spell, for control flames. And then a third scroll which contains a completed spell of grease.
I think that breakfast this morning contained this scroll.
Right.
Nice.
Okay. Well, while Linger is doing that, I desperately have to step away for just
Can we
after the
break?
bathroom.
As do I. This was literally the last
Okay.
room and I was going to break after this.
Okay.
Also,
Hey,
room stays
hi.
empty. No one seems to come into the room. If you're interested in the book,
Yeah.
there are two spells that are finished and copyable, which is Alter Self and Witch Bolt.
Ooh.
But also I do have to step away as well because we have issues with the pipes for the heating in our house and they're currently making very loud noises that I hope are not being picked up by the stream.
They're not.
No, haven't.
I
Good.
don't hear anything.
But yes, with that, Ramira kind of claps her hands together and I will take you to the upper floor. But first, let me show you where the toilets are.
Yeah.
And we will go on a quick 10-minute break also because I'm absolutely boiling. So I'm going to get out of this very thick hoodie and stop sweating. And we will see you back here in about 10 minutes. Maybe more, maybe less. Definitely not less. See ya!
and anywhere you go, you can get. First of all, everything is a roundabout. Every exit that you want is a roundabout. I'm not wrong. Mitch is like, it's fucking true. We don't have
love roundabouts.
One of my players for my Irish historical game wants a what was it? Some sort of feat or something. And basically it allows her to get fireball early, whatever. And I said, okay, and since your character is like a Welsh princess, you have to prove you're a true Welshness by pronouncing the longest village name in Wales.
He gave her a video though where somebody does it correctly, and she's like,
yeah, it's of a weatherman doing it.
Joke's on you! I have memorization skills, and I'm like, no, you don't, bitch. Nobody can fucking do this. I don't know how he did it, but good luck.
Nice.
All right,
Jumping back in.
Also, we're back.
Maybe?
I turned that back on halfway through Steph's rant because it was funny.
Perfect. I was hoping you did.
Which
Which part? So much
the
right
part
now.
about driving around in the British Isles.
Oh yeah. So
All right, well let's get our blorbos and get them moving.
I'll tell you my story later.
Also, I can't currently hear my music. No, there it is. Cool. I've got it. There it is. I thought something had broken on my end, but it's fine. I hear it now. But yes, welcome back. We are here on the lower floor of Mosspoint Manor because I've yet to take us to the upper floor. Let's move OBS out the way, and I'm gonna take Linger with me. If I go down, I'm taking Linger with me.
Yeah.
As she just
Mira.
vanishes off into the fog of war.
Mitch, are you gonna make an emote of me?
Of Detective Mura, yes.
Oh, man, no wonder you had a problem getting the grids to align. You did 2 levels on one map.
Yes.
Old.
Yes. What I think you mean is, I'm an idiot.
Well, we knew that.
Wow.
But a bold idiot.
A bold moron.
Yes.
Bravery,
yes.
like only the stupid can have.
Come on down to here, where I'm pinging, and join Linger
Come on
in the
down.
corridor. Not quite in there yet, Chester. There's a wall there.
Where'd you ping?
The poppity ping.
Ping. Oh wow.
The Welsh
change
word
my
for
colour.
microwave. Poppity ping.
Is that
No
the
word of a
British
lie.
word for microwave?
No, it's the Welsh word. Poppity ping.
Badger, we're all come down here, and then down here, and then down here.
Oh.
Let's just
So-
do this the rest of the game.
I just saw down and I was like, okay.
So, Ramira leads you back into that dining hall and up one of the spiral staircases. And she takes you,
By the hand. No.
yes,
Yes? Yes.
into kind of like half into the doorway of another perfectly square room. It's like a 30-foot lecture room lit again by, here it's kind of wall-mounted sconces all lit with that same green flame. This room is quite heavily bustling with the sounds of kind of, excuse me, apparently me burping.
That was me intimidating.
The
Imitating me.
the sounds of kind of various students in somewhat hushed study. As Ramira kind of she kind of checks in first to make sure no one's currently teaching in here this time.
Wonder
Before
why.
kind of walking you in and being like, this is another of our lecture halls, but at any point similar to the study rooms, if They are not in use by teachers for lectures. They can be used as study rooms.
Interesting.
And if you are interested, those three over there, and kind of points to the far end towards what appears to be a just, normal, regular furbolg woman. An
Totally
Aarakocra.
normal.
Totally normal.
Absolutely normal.
She points towards what seems to be an Aarakocra, a furbolg, and a warforged from the looks of it. Who are kind of sat on the corner of one of the tables, deep in discussion and study. As she kind of points them out, they are, or were, quite close friends with Atmos. Atmos, even.
She asked to Fields, pleased to meet you, he says in a very somber tone for a change.
Are you heading over to them, I presume, then?
Yeah.
They kind of look up at you. And the furbolg, she kind of looks at you. And, pleasure to meet you too. I'm Norren Winterblossom.
It's a
These are my
beautiful
friends.
name.
Thank you. These are my friends. Rue, and points to the Aarakocra, and Ratchet. And points to the Warforged. Not to be confused with his brother Hatchet. He is not studying to be a wizard. Or their cousin, Organ Grinder. There it is.
Would you mind terribly if we ask you a question or three about your dearly departed?
I suppose. The Aarakocra's kind of like trying to sink as low as he can into the books, and the bench clearly doesn't want to talk about it. The Warforged looks about as expressive and emotive as a Warforged can.
I go to the Warforged, though.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Chester. I'm just looking at them.
The Furbolg just kind of, depending on the questions, I suppose.
Hopefully nothing too onerous. You noticed a change in his behavior?
Yes. There was certainly a sort of transitional period.
From what to what?
Well, it started off quite okay at first, but he began to complain of headaches, which aren't uncommon for those of us studying for big exams like the Citadel entry. Stress headaches are probably the most common ailment in Bellcrest, solely thanks to the entirety of the student body of Mosspoint Manor. But then he began to talk of nightmares, of dark wispy creatures which seemed to be attempting to communicate with him. He started researching quite fervently, talking about some sort of secret which constantly eluded him.
I feel that on a personal level.
What, just out of curiosity, did you all discuss the details of your various nightmares, assuming that some of you suffer from the same ailment?
Mm-hmm.
We all seem to be quite okay, but he did say there was more than... He couldn't tell if it was just nightmares or if it was starting to happen outside of them, but he was certain there was someone whispering to him, and that he had to figure out what they were saying. He said it was in some sort of language he had yet to understand, and he began to attempt to translate it, and started scribbling translations all over the walls of his dormitory. He translated as well as he thought he could. Stopped coming to meals, he stopped sleeping, so he'd have more time to uncover whatever secret he was so obsessed with, and when we last saw him, we had to try and stop him throwing himself from the roof in exasperation. He believed he was failing.
Truly horrifying.
Tap on the Warforged.
Warden.
The head turns to
Does
look at
nothing but-
you.
Warden, what are you do? Why are you here? How'd you get in here before us?
I didn't.
No, she's.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm talking to the other Warforged.
Yeah, she's being.
The head kind of
I'm being
tilts.
silly.
Warden's like
I don't
behind
quite
us and is like,
understand.
Oh, you're not Oh, I'm so sorry. You look just like him. Did you ever
Turns
get
and
that
looks at the Furbolg and the Aarakocra. Is this racism?
No. No. No, it's. No. 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 Ah.
She melts back behind Linger and
Kind of looks up at Warden. I do see the similarities, yes.
I just have
Simply
bad
not.
facial recognition.
Although he seems to be much more modelled after a suit of armour, whereas I myself am much less so. And you can kind of see it's like... I mean, he's wearing kind of like student school robes kind of thing, but very much like a thin neck, very much slimmer head that is more to look like a kind of head and face shape rather than a helmet shape.
My mistake.
We all make mistakes, no point in dwelling on them.
Precisely. If we all dwelled on our mistakes, none of us would pass our exams.
Thing. Just one thing I'm curious about, and I don't know if this is a theme that I've sort of been picking up on so far. Would you say that what some of these people are experiencing in the dreams then become manifest in real life? Is there a connection there that I've globbed onto?
The Furbolg kind of... Well, I don't quite know. We haven't really been paying much credence to others for the past few weeks. We were quite concerned with our friend instead. But it did seem like he was first having nightmares of the whispering, and then when we would talk to him outside of that, he certainly seemed to mention more whisperings that couldn't have just been during the nightmares, almost like he would hear it when we weren't around, sometimes possibly even when we were.
So some sort of psychic dream-inducing
Invisible
owlbear.
sword-wielding owlbear. Yeah, I knew where that was going.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, I think. I mean, 2 + 2 obviously equals all these things, and yeah, notes, crayons. Yes, okay. Well, I think we've cracked the case. I don't know.
And none of you have started suffering from the same affliction.
Not yet that I'm aware of, and she kind of looks at the Aarakocra, who shakes his head, and the Warforged, who just... I do not sleep.
That would make
And-
dreams, yeah.
Did your friend have to go anywhere or use study materials that perhaps you yourselves have not also taken advantage of?
She kind of like runs a hand through her hair as she's thinking, and it was kind of quite easily mistaken for like the fuzz and fur of the furbolg, but as she kind of like shakes a hand through it, you do see this kind of iridescent, is that the word? Is it iridescent or incandescent? Which one's which? I can never remember.
Oh no.
Either way,
Iridescent.
it's one of them.
It's probably
I think it's iridescent.
It's like
Probably.
the inside of seashells. Where it's
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of just like quite long hair down to just past her shoulders, but kind of like shaved at the sides and just long on the top, all the way down the back. As she kind of pauses to think. I mean, he was one of the few studying for the entry exams to the floating citadel, but we've not really had anything like this before. I think he was looking for some sort of edge on his research project to help himself look better when he was applying.
What was... I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but what was the subject of his particular research project that he was planning on presenting?
Well, it changed a few times, I believe. But more recently, I believe he was studying artifacts, particularly focusing on those which are rumoured, those which have gone missing over the years. It was more of a theoretical research on ways one could develop new spells to perhaps find those objects or uncover their locations.
Let me see.
I have to step away for like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And there was a... Was it Durian? How do you say the fire genazi's name?
Dirian.
Durian. Do you happen to... Is Durian also specifically studying for the Citadel exams?
Why am I scrolling on the map?
Yep.
That's not where my notes are. Let's have a look.
Let's see. Let's see. Hello.
Dirian Blaze. No, I don't believe Dirian's currently experiencing study for the floating citadel, but he and his friend were not the kindest to Almos. They were quite untrusting of a blue dragonborn. As many are, the old chromatic versus metallic debate. I'm sure you're quite familiar.
That's still a thing. Okay.
More racism.
Hell yeah! Well,
How
the
unfortunate.
dragons are still quite involved in that war of the gods, so... if the chromatic dragons are evil, then so must be the chromatic dragon born, even though it's been quite disproven in recent years that they're not even direct descendants of actual dragons. It's quite ridiculous, honestly.
How recent was this study? She makes a note like to update.
I believe it was
history.
about 80, 90 years ago or so.
Just,
Recent,
things
relatively
I
speaking.
No, of course.
Research, you know how it goes. Seeing
I
the spell
do.
book.
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
We have
yes,
some materials in here
research.
thousands of years old.
Do you know if anyone else is also going down this path of studying for interest in artifacts? I mean, of course, obviously, we're all interested in artifacts. That's goes without saying. But in regards to focused research, like your friend was doing.
I believe the Stoneweaver was has been quite interested in artifacts for a while. I don't see why he wouldn't still be researching. Have you met Master Kosak?
Very briefly.
Yes, him. It's sort of an area of study of his constantly, with his focus on enchantment work and the like.
Of course, of course.
Well, what are we thinking? We have our notes.
We do. I think we may have reached the observation point of our investigation. If we are,
And there's still the rest of Mosspoint Manor to tour.
Yeah, there is that.
Oh, and let's not forget the gentleman in question's room with all these mad scribblings.
Onward.
Onward.
Very well.
Points on the little invisible hand.
What's that you say, Mira? Onward? Yes, I believe she said that.
Onward.
She did.
I can't do Mira's voice because I can't do it.
Let's go.
I can't get that very specific tonal inflection Steph pulls out for Mira. You missed very bad attempts at recreating Mira's voice. Don't worry about it. It's in the VOD.
Okay. It's a very particular voice that I invented during a one shot that I had with Lindsay and some other wonderful people. Lawrence, it was Lawrence.
Yes. You are led out of this study room / lecture hall into a room just beneath it. There are kind of doors on all sides of that room, and you head through the lower door, and kind of the smell of various reagents, ingredients, and potions kind of drift across your nostrils as you enter. You can see kind of rows of glass tubes and other receptacles that are kind of lining the walls. There's kind of a number of small cauldrons that are on the tables that are stood before you that are kind of bubbling and simmering with all shades and viscosities, and a number of just kind of crates of what seems to just be ingredients and potion components as Ramira leads you in the potion laboratory.
Here you will lose Linger once again as she starts. So feel free to roleplay around her.
Okay, so like here's the question about potions, right? What kind of stuff do you have in here? Because I myself, while I'm not a potion maker, I make bath bombs, and I do use some elements of like alchemy in them.
We have the standard, the local flora, fauna that are grown or found around the village. We do get imports from around the globe, because of course this world is in fact round and not flat, despite what those idiots in Dublis would tell you.
Yeah, totally round. Knew that.
It can be both round and flat at the same time. I'm just saying.
What?
It's, the standard alchemical reagents. If we need to order something specific in, we are able to. We do have various contacts in the floating citadel should we need it in a pinch. But if time is not a factor, we can order it from most places. And Linger, as you're kind of like pacing around the tables, can you give me a very, very quick Arcana check?
Right.
Not quick enough.
14. Sorry. That's the slow roll.
Yeah. It's quite or somewhat easy to tell as you're kind of casting a glance over these cauldrons. They very much seem to be in varying states of completion. There do seem to be some cauldrons full of completed potions, and some full of potions that are very much in progress, as you can see them kind of rapidly shifting through colours or slowly dissolving various items in them. And Ramiro just, do please feel free as well to sample any potions, should you so choose, although be warned, obviously, a potion in progress could potentially have some hazardous results, but I'm sure the students preparing them would be grateful to see notes on the in-between stages, if that takes your fancy.
For science! And he takes a drink of the nearest bottle.
Okay, roll me a... So, first of all, give me a percentile roll, please. See if you grab a complete one or an incomplete one. We'll go for that first.
Yeah.
90.
90. Okay. Roll me a d6, please.
4.
4. So it's kind of like a bubbling olive-colored mixture.
Perfect.
And you take a swig, and as you do, you can feel it coating the inside of your throat, almost like it's somehow you can feel this warmth spreading towards your vocal cords.
Oh my. My already lustrous voice will be even more lustrous. This is.
And
you could tell
out
the
of game.
students that this. Oh yeah. Okay, please.
As you start to get an idea, somehow it's coming to you. Can you roll me a d4? All the rolls for you today.
1.
1. For the next hour, you get the sense you can speak to plants.
Ah. I
Go
get
outside
the
now, some trees. What
sense.
happened? Sorry. Go.
I get the sense that I can speak to plants. Fascinating. What does a
Indeed,
plant
and
have
she
to say?
pulls the spell book from, or like, the notebook from her side and scribbles quickly in it. Puts it back on her belt.
Linger isn't going to just start downing potions. That's
Not a good idea.
Brave
but
and
what she
smart.
will do is get like one of the little lines of tester tubes and a dropper, and she'll get little samples, and I'm sure there's like beakers that have flame and beakers that do cold because it's magic. Why wouldn't it? And just sort of like few sciencey looking things. I haven't been in a chemistry class since I was in a long time.
So many.
Suspension is when there's a liquid and then there's another layer of liquid that doesn't mix.
Yeah, she'll check for that.
So
Viscosity, she'll check for viscosity.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Right.
Write that down, write that down.
Where's my pen? Where's my pen?
So you're testing a potion.
Yeah,
But-
just the various properties of it, and I don't know.
Why not? Give me a percentile roll. We'll see if you're testing an in progress one or not.
Yeah. Roll. 96.
96. Give me a d6, please.
5.
This could potentially screw me over. 5. Not as bad as it could have been for the rest of my campaign. Linger
Wow.
bottling
Wow.
up something to then use on someone later. It's kind of this like fizzing, effervescent, hot pink liquid.
Oh, that she grabbed it specifically to make sure that Mira didn't go for it first. She's protecting her friend.
Honestly, this is kind of the one I was hoping Mira would go for. Roll me a d12, please.
12.
You are so needy.
I know, right? You're going to do another roll afterwards because you're testing potions instead of just chugging them.
4.
So, are you proficient with alchemist supplies?
Yes, because you sent me that PDF, remember?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
Uh-huh.
So, do an alchemy roll then, por favor.
Oh, I need to set up my... Hold on. Go away, thing.
Damn it, I missed. Sorry, there's a little fly, and he keeps booping me. But yes,
I'm getting there. Hang on.
how alchemy is Linga today?
We will find out.
After the break.
What is an alchemy
Now that I have
roll?
set up
Like, what do you
her
use?
alchemy. I'm using intelligence and proficiency.
Yeah.
Nice.
Makes sense.
11.
Yeah. It's a rush job, you know?
It is,
She's like
but
mad
it's
dash, like squish, 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 squish.
it's yeah. You don't get the full specifics of it as you would obviously if you chugged it. You'd know exactly what was happening to you. But from your testing,
You
it
must not care
seems
about science like I do.
it seems like if someone were to drink this potion as it is in its current state of in progress, going to end up changing the color of their hair to the current color of the potion.
Well, in that
It's a little more
case, since
forged.
it's safe. Miara, would you like to try a potion? I think this one is actually rather safe and
Yeah,
might
definitely
have an
seems
effect
harmless.
that you would enjoy.
Oh, you think I'd like this one?
It'll be just a temporary fun.
Okay.
enjoyable-
Yeah. Mira grabs the potion and just chugs it.
You watch as slowly, from the roots, Mura's hair turns hot pink for the next 4 hours.
I'm Mira now! It's happening! Wow, this is such a look for me. It doesn't really go with my skin color though. It's like I feel like the gold and the pink just not really a thing, but you know.
Now, this is more of a common side effect of drinking potions in progress. We often end up with color changes to skin. We can tell when people have been trying to mess with each other's potions when someone comes out royal blue.
Oh, that would be bad.
But, yes, as Linga did mention, this is one of the more harmless effects, but quite fun and enjoyable. We did have a student in recent years created a potion of nose enlarging.
Oh.
Purely for fun and to see if he could, but we did enjoy some rather humorous and somewhat disastrous results when he tried to see quite how far he could take the potion.
How big does his nose get?
I believe his record was a foot.
A nose.
Thank you.
Yes.
Shouldn't you measure a nose in noses instead of feet?
Perhaps we should have, yes. But you see, everyone's nose is a different size. So how would we have a universal nose measurement?
I believe with feet, it was the foot of a royal, so you just need a royal nose. Quite simple, really.
Everybody's feet are different sized.
Yeah, I knew Mira was going to say that the minute I finished saying that.
Yeah, I was waiting.
You know when you're like, when a sentence leaves your mouth and you're like, I didn't think this through, and someone's
Yep.
going to pick me up on this.
Yep.
Did you mean my life?
Very.
Yes, I suppose you're quite right.
I've heard that before.
Are there any other potions you'd like to sample, or shall we move on?
Move on.
Yeah, I can come back to this.
Very well. And she exits through the door where Mura's currently standing, leads you back
no one
up the
offered
corridor.
Warden.
What were you saying, Ethan?
No one offered Warden one.
Wait.
Mira
As
just grabs
everyone's left, Mura's like, "Hey, Warden."
Mira grabs a potion.
You should try this one. I don't know what it does. Maybe we should ask Linger first.
He's just so quiet that Linger is so focused on the ones that she has to watch
Yeah.
that she keeps forgetting. that
Warden
he's
doesn't
back there.
actively get himself in trouble, but if trouble presents itself, he's here for it.
Like, she only has so much focus, and it's usually ahead of her right now.
Are you grabbing a
Here.
potion for Warden?
I am, but I'm taking it to Linger so she can look at it.
Okay.
Warden, we're gonna give Warden a potion. Is this one safe?
We'll do a little swirl
help
and hold
us.
it
Is
to the
this-
light.
Does this Kool-Aid
I
expire?
think while she's doing that, Chester's gonna. Warden, if
No
you want to be
idea.
brave like myself, you just take one. I'm just saying.
Do it. Don't do it.
Don't drink it.
You don't have to be brave, Warden. It's fine.
You want me to do the whole roll a D100?
Percentile first, please. Yeah. We'll see what happens, Linger. Seeing as you're just eyeballing these potions at the moment
this
without
one
the tools.
especially, because she's like stepped out. She's like, holding it up. So
Best
it's a
you can
79.
ascertain, especially without the rest of the tools and the kit currently to hand, you're just eyeballing it in the light of these green flames. Definitely seems to be another in-progress potion as you kind of hold it up to the light and it changes colour again. And then the viscosity changes as you lower it. Safety,
I'm-
who knows?
This one isn't quite far enough along for me to be able to quite tell what it is. I don't believe it should be dangerous, as apparently everything that they're brewing in the student laboratory is safe enough to just offer to let people swig.
Well, the one's being left unattended anyway.
Yes. So
Drink it. 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 Drink it.
yeah, she'll hold the vial out to
Okay.
Warden.
Are you drinking
should
it,
he
Warden?
want to.
Are you drinking it?
I
Yeah, they'll pour it into the visor.
Roll a d6 for me, please,
Yeah.
Warden.
Oh God, is this gonna be bad for him? Did I just kill Warden?
No, it can't be. It's sitting out unattended in a school. What could go wrong?
4.
Yeah, at least label it. It's dangerous. Yes.
You know what?
Somebody's
We've already
getting
had that one. Let's roll it
automatically
again. Roll
failed.
another d6.
Roll another one. Roll it.
Why not? Watch him roll another
2.
4. 2. Interesting. Not quite sure how that works.
It doesn't.
As you kind of hold it up to the visor to take a look at it, you can see it's this kind of boiling, bubbling white liquid. You drink it, and the strangest feeling, Warden, as your neck starts to grow hot and quite itchy, and as you kind of bring a hand up towards it, you can feel gills growing on your neck. But you can now breathe underwater if you want to roll a d4.
How many hours? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he had trouble breathing underwater before, because
4 hours you can breathe underwater.
It's a little metal vents, like a,
Yeah.
like the registers and that AC.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
man,
say that
he
they
gets-
just release steam. Say
He
it.
gets
Say
like
it.
he gets like a car, like an exhaust snorkel.
I love it.
Ah, you're popping smoke now, boy.
Mediocre. But yeah, she leads you up to oh, apologies, not that way. She leads you through a side door on the other side of the potion lab. And you see this kind of large library that seems to span as much of this upper floor as those kind of last 3 rooms on the lower floor did, where this is definitely kind of over the top of that drafting room, the lecture room, and that study room with the spells. You can see that the shelves, the bookcases are wreathed in that same green glow of these magically lit sconces that you've seen all around this upper floor now. You can see various students kind of wandering silently throughout this multitude of large, heavy wooden bookcases which have all manner of books on display. Linger's in a happy place right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say normally Rip doesn't make any noise at all unless he's like clapping or stomping, but you guys hear like a buzzing like coming from him, like, and he's almost vibrating, and he jumps off the hand and he just starts racing down any bookcase he can get to, and he's climbing over books, back behind books. He's focused and going. He's looking for stuff.
Adorable.
That's cute.
This, as you've probably assumed, is what we call the Grand Library.
Wow.
It's grand.
It's a fine library. I've been in bigger ones. I was in this library in this place called well, it was underground, and I can't remember what it was called.
That tracks for Mira though. It's great.
Yeah.
She just makes a sound.
one else would know it because it's heresy.
And anyway, so I went in there with my really good friend, and there were these guys, and they just were like, "What subjects are you looking for?" And we were like, "Oh, we're looking for these subjects." And I figured out how to make angelic seal bread, which is my signature recipe. I had a very good friend named Spanner, and she actually made me this little dog. She reaches into her bag and pulls out this little broken metal dog. He needs some work. He's been alive for a long time, but I don't know how to fix him, and she puts him back.
Yeah. May I see it?
Oh, yeah. Mira takes him back out, and she's like, I kept all of the pieces. And she hands it to him, and then reaches back into her bag and like pulls out a bunch of nuts and bolts, and is like, yeah.
Can I use my smith's tools? See if I can like reassemble this, or tinkerer's tools maybe.
Tinker's tools,
a tinker.
definitely. Smith's tools would be a bit harder. You could kind of like attach stuff, but the finer elements of kind of putting the gears back in place and things like that would be a bit harder without Tinker's tools.
Let's see, how do I roll that on this?
Are you proficient with Tinker's tools?
Yeah.
Do you have
You
them
can make
with
custom seals.
Maybe. I feel like I took a set of tools as part of my...
If you're on, do you know where they would be on D&D Beyond?
No.
If you go where it says action spells, inventory, traits, if you go to inventory, you can see all of the equipment that you have. I don't know how you'd roll for them on this, because I like roll 20.
I can show you guys how to set up a custom skill. It takes like no time.
Lindsay's super smart, does it as custom skills, and it's awesome. It's a really good way of doing it.
I should have one as part of my background.
It's a school. They might have some. You could sit in a room, a workshop, and
Hey, we're in a
at
line.
night when we're sleeping. Because that's what Linger's gonna do is just camp out in the library while everybody else is sleeping.
There are a set of tools for this man.
Probably, and we'll figure out the tool situation in between times while everyone's sleeping.
Yeah.
All right, you want to put... Mira opens her bag. You want to put him back in there? Or you want to hold him? You can hold him.
I think it's your dog. You should hold it.
No, you can hold him if you... It can be our dog.
Oh.
I have a picture of him somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't even remember his name, honestly.
I'll find it.
Warden will hold the dog.
Oh,
Nice. Somewhere in the distance, Bucket Boy is crying.
Howdy ho, everyone. It's Bucket Boy. That's what he sounds like. If you didn't watch that or listen to that one shot, you missed me having a wonderful southern accent as a great little wildfire druid.
So,
Y'all.
the library is, of course, open for study, but presumably you would prefer to come back unimpeded by your investigation and without me pushing you along on a tour. So, and she starts out through a door into that kind of corridor that you had been in before.
That's right. We must come back unimpeded so we can study for a long time.
She leans over to Linger and goes,
What does unimpeded mean?
Nothing will be complicated or get in our way.
Nothing shall be complicated or get in our way.
I can't decide if I love Mira or hate myself.
Why not both?
Good.
As she kind of reaches this door, she opens it the tiniest little bit and peeks in before kind of closing it and turning to you. And here, the second room that we are most proud of, the library, of course, being the first. Just had to check that it wasn't currently in use and we wouldn't be interrupting or disturbing, as she opens the door and says, "The dueling room."
Ooh, baby.
Ooh.
And leads you into this large room with, again, like a wooden floor, but you can see this kind of big stone platform with a couple of steps up to it and these large circles on either side that are quite clearly for people to stand in. And our trainees stand on either end of this and will cast spells at each other. It, whilst not necessarily exactly how a duel might go down in the outside world, the two circles are placed the optimum distance apart to allow enough time to analyze and react and make the training as effective as possible. Of course, you will note, and she kind of gestures around the side, the large spell circle which surrounds the interior of this room, inscribed into the floor, is somewhat modified spell of silence to ensure that the sometimes rather loud sounds of dueling do not escape this room and disturb those who are studying, as well as containment spell to ensure that any damaging properties of the spells are not allowed to escape this dueling circle, if you will. And of course, over at this wall here is the large sundial, which is, of course, magical, because a sundial wouldn't work indoors otherwise. But it is, of course, because it can be quite easy to lose oneself to the whims of time when having such fun dueling in this room.
Can I guess both Warden and Chester hear her from where we're standing?
Yeah, quite clearly.
Oh, no. All right. I was thinking.
Yeah, Potter.
You wish, Malfoy.
Well, should we have a duel just to, test See if it gives us any clues. Yeah,
It would be an honor.
clues.
Warden draws his sword.
Very well, at the ready. Wands at the ready. Bow.
Wands at the ready. Warden takes out his sword. Sir, I'm ready.
Yeah, Ramirez literally like, this is intended for magic use only?
Push and flick, right?
I'm
Uh,
about
is
to
that a-
Wingardium Leviosa this bit. And she just kind of looks nervously at Linger.
I
Does he know how to cast spells?
I only met him
I'm willing to learn.
2 days ago, 3 days ago. I have really very limited knowledge.
I see.
here.
Well, if you two are certain of each other, you can certainly try sword versus... Presumably you know spells?
Oh, me, yes. I'm well versed in all levels of spell craftsmanship and other spelly words.
Excellent. Perhaps, I have an idea. If you wish to test out the dueling arena, why don't you come back later, not under my supervision, so that if something goes wrong, I can't get in trouble?
Also, maybe before bedtime, so that should we use any of our, I believe you call them in the biz, spell slots, then we can have a rest and get them back. Sort of
Please, we use mana here in more refined society.
thing. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Linger's just like spells. Oh,
But please, do follow me. The last area of this tour is the dormitories. And she leads you through to a set of double doors. You pass kind of another staircase that goes down into that dining hall. And she opens the doors and just... These dormitories are for all of our students. Each room contains a pair of bunk beds, so 4 students to a room. The spare room that you could use for yourselves is just on the other side of this wall and kind of points to this one on the right. There is a wardrobe should you have any clothes you wish to hang up, and you see as her eyes widen as she seems to really take in for the first time Mura's wearing like 3 coats, 2 dresses. Like really seems to suddenly register that Mura's wearing like 5 different outfits all at once.
I like to layer.
I see. And there is also a small chest to keep other personal belongings safe, should you so choose. Almos's room was on the far side of the dormitories, and leads you over to it. I'm pinging it, but for the sake of everyone's sanity, I'm just going to ping it for you.
Yoink.
It's that top left one on the map, basically. And it's these quite simple, plain, nondescript corridors and rooms from the looks of it. It's very much kind of, as she said, the rooms serve a single purpose, and that is sleeping. People tire themselves out doing all that studying, stagger into their rooms, pass out, wake up, leave the rooms, and go and carry on doing whatever it was they were doing before. But yeah.
are there like cleansing stones by the door so that their sleepy asses can just like
Yes.
bop it and go on with their lives?
Absolutely.
A true clean.
There is kind of down towards the end of the dormitories and in the far end of one of the corridors, there is like an actual kind of communal shower thing, but it looks like it is quite rarely used. Just sometimes you want to feel the water, but 9 times out of 10, pragmatism first.
Yeah.
Is this a window where I'm standing here?
I don't know. I don't see where Chester is. There's Chester. Yes, that is in fact a stained glass window.
So he's got his hand on the window looking out at the trees, sort of wistfully, like, I understand, yes.
Free us from our imprisonment. No.
Yeah.
We will chat later. All right, are we gonna go see this poor soul's mad rattins?
Yes, I do believe that would be our best next step.
Yes, I agree.
We go do that.
Yoink. Okay. So, while I take a drink, you head into this furthest room, and it is it's in a bit of a state. As you kind of open the door, it's messy, it's dusty, the cleaning stone looks like it hasn't been used in a very long time. Or not a very
Your
long time,
sword.
but a while.
He has
What?
his sword.
Yes, he pulled it out for the duel.
I missed it. I missed
Oh! In the
it.
I was looking at the map, didn't even see the real thing happening.
Yeah, prop comedy. I do that sometimes.
You're very fun. Oh man.
Prop comedy is actually the
sneeze.
lowest form of comedy.
Fuck off, Mitch.
There is no lowest form of comedy.
No,
It's called
every
Brit.
comedy
No.
is... Wow!
Ooh.
Ooh, burn.
Ooh.
Turn on the telly. He's doing the funny walk again.
Silly walk.
Yeah, it's from Monty Python.
Yeah. But yes, you you enter into this room, and it is an absolute state. The topmost bunk on the left-hand side is unkempt, it's messy, it looks like it hasn't been slept in a long time, but it also looks like when it was being used, it was left in an absolute mess. One of the doors to the wardrobe is hanging open, and clothes have kind of spilled out from it all across the floor. There's sheets of parchment all across the floor, some kind of stuck to the walls. You can see charcoal scratching, scribblings all over the walls, the floors, the bedposts. Linger would probably notice there seems to be various kind of like spell runes and glyphs all across the posts of that bed, that seem quite hastily scribbled and scrawled. And there are scribblings in various languages across the walls, the floors, the parchments.
I'm gonna need 10 minutes. And he starts sitting down, gets comfortable, as he is wont to do, and starts casting comprehend languages.
Oh shit.
Well, while that's happening, Linger's
there
gonna
goes
try to gather
all
up
of that.
sheets.
Okay.
And well, I mean, comprehending the language and comprehending what it says are two different things.
Yes.
And then she'll start jotting down, like even though she doesn't know the languages, she can still, write down, and then make copies of the runes and stuff. She's taking her time. This isn't a rush job. She's very carefully, very tediously. there's something to figure out here, she wants to be very methodical about it, very studious.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Is anyone else?
Rip is
Sorry.
not with her. He's still in the
Okay.
library.
Oh no, he's lives there now.
Is anyone else doing anything then during this 10 minutes?
Asking Warden if I can draw more of a map on him.
It's gonna be like Prison Break.
Yeah.
Sure, you can.
Okay. Yeah, she
He won't
does.
stop you.
What's your favorite color?
Death.
Oh my
I
god.
mean,
Favorite
Steph.
color?
We need to get
Was
the
not
mood
expecting
paint.
that.
Yeah,
The
she
paint
starts,
with mood
she
paint.
starts doing it in green. The map.
Did you say mood paint?
Mood
Yeah.
paint. We need
Yeah.
to get
Awesome.
mood paint so that Mira can paint Warren with mood paint so that
Yeah.
we can tell.
When he's angry, happy, sad, or inconclusive.
Yeah, it could do like different. They could do the eyebrow thing that way, like different layers of it. So like this, it'll light up red when he's angry, and the angry, you know. Fun times.
I love it.
Also, while you're at your proper computer after this, you should send me the full, big beefy alchemy PDF. I think you sent me the sample one.
Yes,
Anyway,
I remember that. Vaguely.
it was a while
Um,
ago. Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, the 10 minutes pass, lingers a good chunk of the way through the first kind of cluster of papers.
Mm-hmm.
And Chester's casting concludes.
And
Excuse me.
completed. Woods are important. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. Woods are very important. So understanding the literal meaning of them is very helpful sometimes.
dude,
Unfortunately, I have to touch all this gooey, gross stuff. So get that cleaning stone ready for me.
Ew.
To be fair, it's not like gooey and gross. It's all kind of like charcoal and scribblings,
Ew.
but the room is very much not the cleanest.
And he is a cleanly gentleman, so he doesn't like touching this. But needs must.
Cool. Sorry, I was just reading comprehend languages. So, are you going over and touching?
Going over and touching words. Ah, yes, the words. Oh, yes.
Reach out. Touching me. Touching you.
What languages does Chester speak?
Well, depends with the spell.
Obviously, currently all, but like in general.
Common, undercommon, and probably not thieves' cant hidden in here.
Yeah.
But if there is,
Um,
No.
yeah.
Okay. Well, repeated in common a few times, and similarly linger across the pages that you're looking through. There are... well, actually no, it'd be more on the pages Linger is copying than on the walls themselves. The walls seem to be more relegated to even. Delegated is the word, not relegated. Delegated to the efforts of translation. You cannot for the life of you tell what language he seems to be trying to translate from. Presumably to common, but he seems to be trying to run it through other languages first, or trying to find similarities in the other languages. So you see kind of like common phrases from those other languages scribbled around, but with no real actual kind of cohesion or meaning necessarily to them. It's just kind of like, here's a list of some common phrases, I'm going to try and find a link between them and use it to translate in a way. linger as you get kind of about halfway through the papers. You do start to see kind of like this kind of repeated pattern. This repeated phrase keeps coming up, and it's at one point you have to kind of piece it together over about 3 or 4 different pages, and you're like, oh wait, this one and then that one follows, but kind of scrawled across them is they are one and the same, or were at least. Maybe they will soon be. Maybe they will always be. He speaks to me. I almost understand him. Chester, in various languages across the wall, is repeated so close, so close, so close, so close, so close. Repeated, quite easily discernible even from just kind of the literal meaning. It's all kind of like various degrees of close, 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 close. There's similarly varying degrees of unity, the same separate combination. You see kind of written in abyssal at one point, dragon, on another wall, wizard, on another wall, sands. It's hard to really put together something cohesive from what is quite clearly turning out to be like the ramblings of a madman from how it's looking and coming across to the pair of you.
Yeah, can you repeat the
I'll
have
put
they
it
are
in
one
the
and the
chat.
same? Thank you. That's as far as I got. I'm not a Linger can write very, very fast. Lindsay forgets 3 words in what you just
I was
said.
going to say, Lindsay has ADHD. If I get halfway through a sentence, if I'm going fast,
Same.
it's not happening.
Like
And I get it, because
6
same.
words down and I'm
Yeah.
proud.
I get it, because same. We had it recently with my home game, and he was like, oh, yeah. I was like, one more time from the top, little slower.
Yeah.
I just say that as Chester's, feeling these words and reading them, he's saying them out loud, just so everyone's, on the same. I don't really know what I know the literal meaning of these spoken language, or those ones that I'm touching. However, putting them together into a something that makes sense, I am having some difficulty with. I will admit, I'm a big enough man to admit when I am out of my depth, and I am out of my depth.
And that's kind of part of the issue as well, is it's like, you get the sense that ordinarily there might be something here, even though it's incredibly literal, that you could potentially piece together. This is just random scraps of random phrases and words and sentences all scribbled across.
Was there not mention of was it a journal or his notes as well? Could we find those while I have this spell up? That may be of aid.
Make an investigation check if you're going to have a hunt around the room.
Could I perhaps have one of you look? I'm really focusing on these, and also I'm very dumb.
Oh, that would probably be Linger, who has the biggest
Yes.
brain.
Linger will set aside the papers that she has. Probably start with around the chivarobe, where the clothes are all hanging out. Like, maybe in a rush they tried to hide their stuff. Anyway, investigating. What did do?
Pretty good.
Damn.
Linger knows where wizards hide shit.
Linger knows exactly where wizards hide shit. you start kind of looking around the room and you're like, I mean, it's the most obvious place first, so it's probably not going to be here. And you kind of push aside the piles of clothes and don't
she,
really
uses
find
her tail to spear like a shirt and move it out of the way. And,
You do find kind of towards the bottom of the pile a rather ornate looking wand, quite large, clearly suited to someone with quite a large hand. And then kind of going around the rest of the room, the chest seems to have nothing else really outside of some spell components.
Spell components, you say?
Yeah, nothing of interest. But yes, we can discuss the spell components that were in the chest after the session, because it's easier to do that by text.
Yep.
Where we can
truly.
both see exactly what is in there, what's found. Moving around to the bed.
Also, she has no qualms about taking him. This guy's dead.
Nice.
You don't need them.
Love that for you.
The one might be too big right now.
I mean, as you say, Linga knows where wizards hide things, and it's kind of like, oh, look in the obvious places first, but I've got a pretty good idea. You lift up the pillows, surprise, surprise, there's nothing. Under the duvet, surprise, surprise, there's nothing. And then you lift up the mattress, and kind of slipped between the mattress and the bed frame is what seems to be a small book.
Novices. She'll pull the book out. And obviously, the better place would be in a false drawer or hidden stone. All right, we have a small book. Is it the journal?
It does appear to be journal-like. You open it, and a beholder jumps out from the pages.
Excellent. Let's go.
You,
or is it a
you
woo
open it-
holder?
It goes about a month or two back. And it seems to be quite normal and coherent as it starts. Presumably Linga's just kind of flicking through,
Yeah.
or is
she's
she taking the time
gonna-
to...
First, she's gonna thumb through and look for anything not in a language that she knows, so that she can get that to Chester quickly.
What languages does Warden know? At Linga, even?
No. Oh God, she knows. I mean,
Got a few, I bet.
just Celestial, Common, and Draconic
Okay.
for reasons. But yeah, but the point is that she knows that there's a time limit on what Chester has, so she's trying to make sure that she capitalizes on that.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few parts in Draconic, but they seem to be mostly spell formulae.
Yeah, she
and
could circle back to that.
yeah. Or just kind of like musings and ideas on possible spells to start drafting in his spell book.
I mean, it's his personal journal. I would
yeah.
assume that a lot of it would be in Draconic. He was a dragon. So.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Most of it is in Draconic. Which is why I hadn't actually been like, oh yeah, all is because Linga speaks Draconic.
Yeah. Yeah, solely, that's what's going on.
But yeah, I mean, you flick through and it does start to get more and more incoherent towards the end. First, it kind of starts speaking about nightmares. Then it starts speaking about whispering. Then there is a whole page in a language you do not understand. And
Across
then
the book at Chester.
literally the next page, kind of like, I imagine Linga's kind of thumbing through, goes like a little bit past the page, sees the next page back in common, and goes, wait, flicks back, sees the one that was in a different language. It's like, okay, I did see that, cool, here you go. Because, that happens when you're flicking through things quickly. It's like, wait, no, back. You don't have Rip helping you by flipping pages for you.
Yeah, and just
I
a
checked and I
note
do
for
speak
other
Draconic.
players.
Oh, you do speak
yeah.
Draconic,
Go ahead.
nice.
Do you?
Yeah.
The language of magic is draconic. So if you make
Yeah.
a wizard players and you don't give yourself draconic, what are you doing?
But yeah, you thrust the book towards Chester.
Oh, yeah, let me peruse this. Well, I like what they've done here, yes.
Presumably Chester places a hand on the page
Yeah.
for that sweet comprehend languages. It doesn't tell you what language it is though, does it? It just tells you.
Doesn't say that it says, it tells you what language it is, but no.
Then I will assume it does not, because otherwise it would say it does.
Yeah.
It's, again, a fair bit of incoherent babbling, in a way. But you get, in a very literal sense, a lot more literal than I can translate in my brain, but in a very much more literal sense than this, you get this idea kind of coming across. There are a few parts that are coherent, and it talks about seeing a spirit, the spirit needing to share a secret with him, but it's beyond his understanding.
Needs to share a secret, you say? Well, that's interesting. Do I see any, like, names?
It's a very good question. Not in this page of translated text, no.
Does, and I don't know if the spell would do this or not, actually, can I tell if the language I'm seeing in this book is one of the same language that's sort of written around the room?
Yes.
All right.
Because
I don't know
I'd
what
assume
that
kind
means
of
necessarily, but it's
the
interesting.
symbols and the lettering look similar
Yeah.
to something that you were looking at before you touched it and suddenly you understood what it meant.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, okay.
You can kind of like hold it up and around the room and be like, yeah, these kind of look, you know, you're not a linguist, but these do kind of look.
I'm a cunning linguist.
Yes. Very cunning of you right now. But yeah.
He shares that as well, obviously. Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you think this secret? That seems very interesting.
Although
to
that's
me.
a question. Very quickly, sorry to interrupt. What languages does Mira speak?
She definitely has some. She speaks. She
A
sure
tenuous
does.
grasp of common.
It's truly. Let me check. Why did my thing? Where are the? Oh, sorry. Common, Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Okay.
She's just kind of looking around dumbly, though. She's gone from like drawing a map to just drawing doodles on Warden. They keep talking about smart people things, and her eyes have glazed over.
Okay.
Maybe
Go.
you start writing the whispers and you don't even know it.
Maybe.
Linga, you said you speak Celestial, yes?
Yes.
There are a couple of scribblings around in Celestial that do correlate a lot with what Chester was saying of kind of secret, sans, unity, the same, different. It kind of... You get the vibe, especially based off what Chester is saying, and presumably Chester hands the journal back. Do you start kind of going through it a bit slower now that you've had that page translated, or?
Yeah, we'll do that, and
Yeah.
she'll just kind of suggest that the rest, if there's any other papers, that like maybe the rest of the team could just start neatly gathering them, and we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no reason to burden everyone else with the paperwork sitting at a table and reading all night. So
Mira
we
will,
can handle that part. They can do the people talking.
Yeah.
Mira will gather things.
Chester will
but yeah,
pretend to gather things, but not really do anything.
there are
Oh, ignore that.
a couple of entries in Draconic, mostly, but also in Celestial. And the Celestial is kind of mirrored on the scribblings on the wall. But in Draconic, you do see one of the pages just kind of has, like, in bigger letters, perhaps I'll have better luck translating into other languages before translating back. Maybe that will reveal it to me. And then continuing on kind of in Celestial, it eludes me. I must find out the secret. And then again, that phrase repeated of they are one and the same, etc., etc. Repeated in various languages.
Well, oh wait, you know what? I've just realized Sands, and the name of this campaign is Sands of Syldaris. That
my
must mean something.
Crazy.
He doesn't say
Muras.
that because it wouldn't make sense. It's a little meta
Yeah.
to say that, just a bit.
Yeah. Actually, they would just all look at you like, what?
We're in a
What
campaign.
language?
This is all a game.
Madman, of course.
Don't you see? Oh God, the
But-
things are talking to me.
Warden is just common and draconic, yes?
Yeah,
Cool.
that's all he
Good to know.
needs.
But yeah. With that, as you gather up the research materials for yourselves, obviously it's more research for you guys and ramblings for him, as Ramira kind of takes her leave and says, well, now that you've had your tour and begun to decide on your locations for research and questioning and investigation, I shall leave you to it. I do have a lecture on healing magic to prepare for. So, if you if you need me, I will be in the wolf room. It's the second door along from the bear room with the bearskin rug. And just kind of bows slightly and heads off.
Thank
And
you.
with that, we will end the session there.
I can't believe that woman was still standing there.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes where we were doing other stuff and
Yep.
taking around.
Waiting for someone to be like, so,
You gonna well, she didn't stop us.
do you guys still
That's-
need me, or?
Yeah. I'm gonna just take this stuff. Okay. She didn't say anything. It's fine.
Well, Linga hasn't
you.
taken anything yet, and that's why. Linga totally knew she was there.
I doubt
'Cause
I'm
also,
taking
like,
anything.
You're doing an investigation, so gathering up the papers in the journal is kind of expected. But now that she's gone, taking anything else is totally in the question.
Take it. Take it.
But yeah. I'm gonna switch to the one with no map. Let's go. Yeah. That'll be all for this week's session.
Nice.
That sword.
Yay!
We will see you
He's a main
all.
character.
We will see you in 2 weeks' time for session 3, hopefully. I do believe so, but I do need to double check. But yes, we will see you all in 2 weeks' time for session 3 of The Sands of Syldaris, where the word sand has come up in the campaign. What could it mean?
It's like when you're watching a movie and they say the name of the movie.
They did it. They said the thing.
Just wait till Syldaris comes up.
Ooh.
Next time is the episode where the one person is trying really, really hard to study for finals, and like all her friends keep doing like hijinks, throw a party, and they're just like But at the end of it, they still managed to pass the final.
Oh, yeah.
Just fine. They stressed for nothing.
Oh yeah.
House
But yes,
party.
thank you everyone for watching. You've been awesome. Thanks everyone who was interacting in chat. Let's actually have a quick look and see what was going on in Twitch chat because I didn't. read
Max
it at
just
any point.
going crazy
Just
today.
Max.
Just Max.
Just Max, our bestie.
Wow. Yes, all the theories about the invisible owlbears, an invisible dream manipulating greatsword using owlbear that either is hunting for artifacts or has artifacts.
Or is an artifact.
Or is an artifact.
Whoa.
Maybe they are sand. That's how they're getting everywhere.
Oh.
Oh, we just solved the campaign. I hope you have
did it.
3 ready to go.
Oh yeah. But yes, thank you everyone who came along and watched. You're all awesome. Do remember you can find us on most social networks under Practical Heroes Network. I can't remember the Twitter handle off the top of my head because we changed that one
Practical
recently.
_hero.
Thank you. I thought so, but I didn't want to be wrong and you'd be like, "Oh, Mitch, you're so dumb." Which I am,
you're-
but
You're dumb anyway.
also
Gosh.
thanks for the resub, Max.
9 months I saw.
Yeah, they've been subbed for
Eh.
age. He's been subbed. I say they because it was written on the. They've been subscribed for 9 months! Exclamation mark. But yeah, thanks everyone who came down and watched. We will see you all next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
And end screen.